Hello, 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 friends. Welcome in a little bit later than our usual time. I just got done watching, as the title says, a particular movie that was very popular when it first came out. You may know it, called Magic Mike. In this kind of continuing saga of my little tiny, minuscule, pretty fucking massive crush on Matthew McConaughey. Um, I saw a clip on Twitch the other day, as per your guys' request, and after that, I was like, well, I guess I have to see this movie now. And so I have thoughts. I have many, many thoughts. We're going to be sharing them all tonight, and yeah, we'll just see where the night takes us. I don't have my face on, so we might play with some makeup as well. I've got like fucking last night's eyeliner still smudged on my eyes. So yeah, maybe to keep my hands busy, we'll like see what crazy look we can come up with while I tell you all about what that movie watching experience was like. Yeah, so this movie, I'm already flustered. I can't do this, guys. It doesn't help that it's also very, very hot here. I've got my fan on as usual, but yeah, it's freaking hot, guys. And I've no doubt you'll start to see me like get shinier and shinier as the stream continues. Have mercy on me. Yeah, exclamation mark flustered is the vibe for today. And talking about Magic Mike certainly is not going to help that. But yeah, I thought it was an interesting film. I honestly don't know if I even liked it. You know, like in terms of what makes a film good, it's hard to say. Like a lot of the times it was just kind of like dancing and then random, like kind of, I don't know, personal drama that doesn't feel totally earned. But I could appreciate it for what it was trying to do. And some of the dances were actually very creative as well. So it wasn't purely for titillation. It also had a lot of like creative and artistic merit. Yeah, there is quite a bit of spectacle, I would say. As for if Matthew's too old, he kind of plays the owner. So he's not as like part of the dancing as the rest of the actors are. But damn, he honestly stole every scene that he was in. And it's not just because I have a crush. I swear, it's like, I don't know, there's something about the character that he plays. The character's name is Dallas, which is very funny. He's just like, yeah, he's got this cowboy swag and he's like very commanding. His acting is really impressive. And so, yeah, I was like, damn, okay. There was also, yeah, don't watch this with your parents if you're going to watch it. There was some interesting kind of like, intimate scenes and stuff like that. Lots of drug use, lots of, yeah, mature themes, I would say. And of course, like in every single fucking movie and TV show and piece of media that I've ever seen, there's a scene where one of the characters actually vomits. And I have a severe like phobia of like looking and hearing people vomit. It's called like a metaphobia or something like that. And I kid you not, like almost every single show and movie that I've ever watched, someone pukes. And so I usually have to like check for the warning signs, like if someone's drinking, if someone's doing drugs, or if someone's just like looking a little bit worse for wear. I'm usually like, okay, I can tell something's gonna happen now, so I have to look away and like cover my ears, because yeah, for me, I'm like a sympathetic vomiter essentially, and so if I hear it, if I see it, and especially if it's in real life, I'm a total goner. I have to like leave the room. I have to just exit the premises in general. And so, yeah, you'd think that it doesn't happen that often, but I swear to God, literally every single show. And I guess it doesn't help that one of my main shows that I'm watching right now is House MD. And that's like a medical show, right? So there's always like weird bodily functions and fluids happening, right? But I swear, even in every other show, like stuff like that happens. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I usually ask if one of my friends or family members has seen the movie before. I'll be like, does someone puke in it? Good to know. And so, yeah, it's like, it's one of those things. But anyway, there was only one instance of that. I could kind of see it coming because they were like going on these like drug and alcohol benders essentially. So like, okay, all right. Anyway, oh, goodness gracious. It's funny because like I'm talking about a sexy movie like by bringing up the least sexy thing possible. But anyway, besides that, it was interesting and the music was good. I like the music and it's dated now, obviously. When did the movie come out? Was it '05 or am I just imagining that? But especially one of the songs that came on, I was like, damn, this is such a bop and so nostalgic. You know the song, is it called Pony? If you want it, that one. Let's do it. Riding my pony. That song. That one was like one of the songs that I think Channing Tatum, Magic Mike, danced to. And I was like, damn, that's a bop and a half. And so, yeah, the music was good and the dancing was great. Some of the scenes made me blush and giggle like a little schoolgirl. 2012, thank you very much, Tim. And so it was like, but I want to get your guys' opinion. For anyone who's seen the film, and actually in general, like, if you think about any time you've seen like a strip tease or like a kind of, more raunchy dance, whether in real life or on TV, for me, it sometimes feels a little bit like funny. Like, I know it's meant to be like, I don't know, hot, right? But some of the moves, they kind of look a little goofy, especially some of the twerking moves, And so I found myself laughing, like half out of obvious, like, sheer delight, but also like out of, yeah, just like, oh wow, isn't that so over the top? And I found myself laughing, I think, more than I was blushing or drooling, I think if that was what they were going for, that's totally great. But I don't know, like, do people watch that and think, damn, that's so hot, Because for me, I'm just like, that is so funny, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, that was interesting. There were some hot moments though, but yeah, like for the most part, I was just like, wow, they're really just like going at it, just like, humping the floor, like, yeah, shaking their booties, stripping down to like little tiny G-strings. And a lot of that is like either unintentionally or intentionally quite comedic because I don't know, it is just over the top and so shameless. And obviously the women in the crowd are just loving it. They're screaming, they're laughing, they're just like having the time of their lives. And I can't imagine what some of those scenes would have been like to film. There's one scene in particular where, and it's with Matthew, go figure, where he's doing like his little sexy striptease. He's literally down to this tiny little black scrap of fabric as a like underwear. And he's like grinding on the stage and all the women are like reaching out and like touching him, groping him. And I'm like, imagine being one of the actresses in that scene, just getting to like feel all up on him and get paid for it. Oh my God, that's literally a dream come true. And they didn't like, there were no one was pulling any punches. Like people were full on grabbing, grasping, like pulling. And yeah, I was like, it wasn't that I was taken out of the movie magic, but I was thinking a lot of the times about the logistics of the actual creation of the film. I was like, damn, how did they film this? Like what kind of intimacy training did they have to go through, or if that was even a thing back then? Yeah, it does feel like it wouldn't be allowed totally in real life. Of course, there's like this elevated sense of like this fantasy, right? But yeah, like, damn, some lucky ladies out there got cast in that film in 2012 and they got to be the ones like reaching out to touch Matthew McConaughey's golden body. Like, what the fuck? I'm actually like, I'm kind of mad. But yeah, it was funny and like, I don't know how to describe this. And please, I hope no one thinks that I'm going to be, that I'm trying to be like derogatory in any way. But it seems like, I don't know, the film didn't really have a plot. You know what I mean? Like, there wasn't really a story. It was more just like here's a thing that's happening. You know what I mean? They had characters and stuff, and they were kind of starting to flesh them out and make them interesting and make you, like, root for them, essentially. No pun intended. But for the most part, it was just like, look at these sexy guys doing sexy things. And that's fine with me. But yeah, in terms of, like, an actual storyline and stuff like that, I think that was maybe supplementary to the eye candy on screen. And you know what? I think that's fantastic. Not everything has to be a friggin' like, like Shakespearean masterpiece. Sometimes it's nice to make things that are just like fun and self-indulgent and playful and stuff like that. And, it's kind of an inversion of what you might expect. Usually having this story about male strippers as opposed to female strippers seems like, worth exploring. And I guess they also felt the same way because there are sequels, right? I don't know if I'll watch the sequels. Is Matthew in them? Maybe. But yeah, it's funny because, like, I don't know, it's, I don't often like watch or engage in media that's that blatant. You know what I mean? Like, that's purely just like, hey, man, we don't really care about a storyline here. We don't really care about all that other shit. Like, we just want to show you some hot chiseled guys, you know? And like, that's honestly kind of refreshing in a way. I guess, yeah, what's the word? Maybe like fan servicey. And because like I don't know much about the kind of climate at the time, like the political climate or like the kind of cultural ethos at the time, I don't know if the movie just came out of nowhere or if it was just like, yeah, what it was responding to in terms of like the scene at the time. Because like if it really did just come out of nowhere, that's kind of funny. And yeah, it's just interesting to think about how a film like that was ever conjured up and then put into motion and then like, you know, sold to people essentially. And yeah, it just seems like a very interesting kind of meta as well. But yeah, I feel responsible. You are. A lot of you guys are responsible. After I saw that clip, I was like, oh fuck. And I didn't realize actually that scene that we watched on YouTube together was actually like the first scene of the film, right? Which I was not mad about. I got to see it again and holy shit, guys. It's funny because I've never felt so justified in having a crush. Like a lot of my other crushes, I feel the need to defend. I'm like, hear me out, guys. Sans from Undertale is actually kind of hot. And then everyone's like, you need severe psychological tending to. But anyway, like whenever I've been telling people, right? Like I've been telling some of my friends about this new crush and everyone's just like, yeah, duh. You know what I mean? Like they've been like, yeah, he's hot as fuck. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Like, I feel so justified right now. Whereas, like, that's a new feeling for me. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, usually I'm like, guys, please hear me out. Seriously, hear me out. Okay, if you, like, squint your eyes and kind of think of it this way, maybe you could see them as attractive. But with Matthew, like, I've been telling people and they're just like, yeah, he's really fucking hot. Like, get with the program. You're the last one to arrive. And I'm like, oh, shit, okay. Yeah, a normal crush, exactly. And so it's quite funny because, like, I'm always feeling the need to like preemptively defend, but then I'm like, oh, he's Matthew fucking McConaughey. Everyone already gets what I'm trying to say, and I just feel so late to the party. But yeah, it's so funny. It's just like such a new feeling for me. It's so relieving to just have people be like, yeah, I get it. And I found that whenever I've been bringing it up to people, they've been like, you know what? I feel the same way. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was unfamiliar with your game, but then yeah, you just find a new like bit of connection with someone, and it's funny because like I didn't realize that I'm in good company, quite a bit of good company actually. And so yeah, no Matthew in the sequels. Oh, why bother then, right? But yeah, it's just like it's a very funny experience, and I just feel so good about it. Anyway, yeah, so the movie was interesting. I actually tried to look for it on Netflix and they didn't have it, at least not on the Australian Netflix, so then I had to resort to more dubious methods. I was almost certain I was about to give my computer a virus beyond repair, but we found it, and yeah, it was great. Like I was just like, damn, this is fun and silly and yeah, very over the top. And actually, I think someone said here, Arda says, as an American, I remember thinking it came out of nowhere. That's so funny because, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, imagine if something like that came out today. I wonder what the reaction would be. Honestly, I think Matthew at his, you know, his current age could still pull it off. And actually, this is so, like, besides the point and probably no one else cares except for me. But I was actually Googling whether or not he's natty. You know what I mean? Like if his body is natural or if he's like on the juice. Because I'm not sure. I wonder if you guys like have anything to say about that. Because, you know, he's obviously been in very good shape and still is in very good shape from what I've seen. And like, damn, it makes me feel like, is that real? Or is that like, yeah, you know, kind of what being really rich as fuck gets you? Like, you know, you get access to basically anything that you could possibly desire. Yeah, or it could be just good genes. That's also another thing that I'm thinking because, well, just look at him, you know? He's so handsome and like, obviously he, you know, puts effort into his appearance. So I imagine it's maybe either or, maybe both. I don't know. When you are that rich and when you are a movie star, it's like, well, why not? You know what I mean? Um, but I feel like, yeah, he's kind of about that natural lifestyle. I'm not sure, but anyway, yeah, I just had that random thought because I was like, that physique is so great and it's also been so consistent. Maybe that's a point for Natty. But anyway, you guys tell me what you think. I'm very curious. Though, yes, there's no denying that he has fantastic genes, as does his beautiful wife, Camilla. I figured I actually Googled the right way to say it. I don't want to put any disrespect on Mrs. McConaughey's name. But yeah, pop-ups definitely. I was like, oh, this website is gonna fucking like, this is gonna start crypto mining on my computer, isn't it? But no, it was fine. It was fine as long as I didn't touch anything and just let it run. Then yeah, I wasn't redirected to like 5 different websites and like, you know, we got there. We got there. So it was interesting. And yeah, I was locked in, guys. I was fucking locked in throughout the majority of the movie. And so, yeah, what can I say? That was an interesting experience. I nearly had to lie down after, but I was fine. And I did think the ending was a little bit, like, abrupt. They have all these plans to, like, go and continue and, like, you know, what's the word? Expand the show, right? And go to, like, Miami. And that was, like, being built up as this really big thing for them. And then, like, you know, the main characters kind of like get into a fight and then the movie just ends. And I was like, what? Okay. It's like, it just felt like, I don't know, as a like freaking literary masterpiece, I don't know, it just like felt a little bit more disjointed. But I guess no one really cares when you're going to the cinema to watch just, you know, glistening men gyrate. So that's fair. But, you know, yeah, I just was like a little bit taken aback because I was expecting like at least half an hour to an hour more of the actual film, and then it just ended and I was like, oh, it's like just being awoken, you know, from a very pleasant daydream. Was there enough man sweat? I don't know, actually. There was a lot of sweat. There was a lot of men, and honestly the men were very good looking, though I don't know if this is just me and this might be showing my ignorance. I felt like a lot of the men, the actual strippers, kind of looked the same. Like they all had a similar kind of body type, except for maybe the Tarzan guy who was a little bit bigger, you know. But like they all kind of looked the same. Like give us some diversity so no matter what you're into, you can kind of find your guy. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, they all seemed interesting. Their characters weren't really that developed. They were just like hot guy number 1, hot guy number 2, hot guy number 3, and one guy that just uses like a freaking device on his private part. Anyway, sorry, it's not important, but yeah, it was just like, okay, that's interesting. And then yeah, it was like, I don't know, mainly just focused on, I guess, the dancing and stuff like that. And sometimes some of the scenes like felt a little bit improvised. I know they weren't, and maybe that's just Channing Tatum's style of acting, but like it felt very naturalistic, and actually I kind of like that in film. It seems very real and raw. But like, yeah, sometimes when watching him like read out some of his lines or whatever, it sounded like he was literally just thinking of them on the spot, which is quite funny. And yeah, I don't see that too often, so it's not like a bad or a good thing. It was just an interesting thing, and I felt like it was yeah, I don't know, like a cool choice to make. And so, yeah, Channing Tatum is interesting. I know a lot of women think he's the hottest fucking thing alive. To me, he's like, yeah, he's ripped as hell, but I don't know. For me, what like kind of turns me on, if we're going to go there, is something less physical and more kind of like, I don't know, it's involved in the realm of the erotic, and usually the erotic is a little bit more subtle. It's like what you read between the lines or what you can infer, what people insinuate versus someone just being like, here's a shirtless, sweaty man with a 6-pack. Like, that's still fine and cool, and I totally get why people are into that. But, like, for me, I don't know. I guess I need to be, like, kind of interested and excited, like, kind of cerebrally and emotionally and kind of sensorily, if that makes sense. And so it's kind of like, yeah, it was this, yeah, sensual versus explicit. That's a perfect way to put it. And I don't mind like explicitness, don't get me wrong. But it's kind of like this thing where I don't know, it's more like looking at a nice piece of art. Like I've said this before, sometimes people are so kind of classically and conventionally attractive. They look like they should be in a museum, right? Like a beautiful painting that you get to look at. But for me, personally, like I don't want to fuck a painting. You know what I mean? Like there needs to be some other like point of reference that I can then like imagine more of these fantasies about. I can't. Okay, anyway, I can't talk about this. It's just like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where like, yeah, I can see someone who's very in shape and appreciate the work that goes into that and like, you know, the aesthetic pleasure that I might get from looking at that. But in terms of like what would actually excite me or like make me feel hot under the collar, it's usually about something a little bit less explicit than that. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's one of those things. I could project an imagined story, and I think a lot of the time that's what I would do. Because like, obviously, I've been talking about Matthew McConaughey. I don't know him, right? I've never met the man, unfortunately. And so I can't say for certain what he'd be like, if he'd even be a decent human or not. And so a lot of the time you have to make your best guess or your most hopeful guess about how they would be as a friend, as a lover, you know, etc., etc. And so for the most part, when it comes to my own crushes, it is more about that story building and stuff. But when, like, you know, you get a character who's just purely a beefcake, right? And there's no real story that you feel like you can tease out of that. It's just like, well, you look really nice. And so what am I going to do with that? But yeah, it's like, it's an interesting experience. And yeah, there was certainly a lot of eye candy in the film. I can see why at the time when it came out, it was like this really massive, like, blockbuster thing. Like all the freaking suburban moms and shit, like going to the theaters and be like, oh my God, Magic Mike. You know what I mean? Like I can totally see that being a, you know, like a thing, this phenomenon, kind of like 50 Shades when that, like, you know, when that kind of whole thing was going on. The demographic to me at least seems to be this, I don't know, that kind of mum, like, thing. I don't know. Do you guys agree? Tell me if I'm totally off base here. But it seems like, yeah, kind of that middle-aged suburban mum vibe. And so, yeah. Oh, gosh. Anyway, sorry. I'm very behind on the chat. I apologize. Let's see. What are you guys talking about here? Junes are welcome in. My real eyes. Indeed they are. I might actually give you guys a close-up in a bit if I decide to do some makeup stuff. And thank you for the compliment. I actually love baby blue. It's one of my favorite colors, like besides my kind of monochrome black or white outfits. I love wearing blue. I don't know why. It just seems like it looks really nice on camera. I don't know if it's that nice in person, but thank you. This is fit number 15 for the challenge that we're doing. And so I will give you guys a full look in maybe a little bit, but it's nothing special. It's really just a jumper. One sleeve is like kind of fucked and the other sleeve is fine. I don't know why. It just kind of happened, and so you can't really tell. But yeah, I've had this for a very long time. It's very well loved, to say the least. And yeah, I don't I don't drool over the statue of David. That's exactly right. That's quite funny. But anyway, and I also promise I'm not AI, or am I? I guess you'll have to decide for yourself. But yes, it was a little bit devoid of intrigue. I think intrigue is a fantastic word. It's really essential for me to find something intriguing to then like fully kind of, I don't know, maybe lust over it. Because I like a little bit of mystery. I like a bit of, I don't know, I like a bit of implication. Like something that's not explicitly said, but you can kind of let your mind run wild, essentially. And that's not to say that any of those actors don't have that, but the movie itself was playing it a lot more heavy-handed than that. They were just like, here's a guy who's literally humping the stage. And it's like, wow, that's fantastic. But, you know, yeah, I suppose that is what would suit the, like, kind of strip club vibe, I suppose. Like, you don't want, if you're going to a strip club, you don't want a guy to be up there kind of just like, you know, freaking playing the piano and being like, oh, imagine how these fingers, you know, it's like you want something a bit more overt. But, you know, it was just like, it's funny. It's just, when you really like take a step back and look at what's happening, or like trying to conceptualize what's happening, it really like it bubbles into like a comedy, right? And it's like, yeah, it's quite absurd and quite silly. And I think when you lean into that silliness, that's where the magic of Magic Mike can shine, you know? Because if you take it too seriously, then I think you lose something. I don't know what that something is, but yeah, it is silly. Like, that's the thing. And so if you ignore that, then you're ignoring a huge chunk of what's actually going on. And so there were moments in the movie actually where they did lean into the silliness. And there was this one section where like all the dancers were on stage and Matthew McConaughey was kind of like the ringleader. He had like the fucking American Pride hat on and he was just like doing the I don't know what I've been told, and but replacing the words with like I can't remember exactly what he said, but like stuff about the dancers, like Magic Mike, da da da, you know, and like that was funny because like it just felt so dramatic and like so borderline sleazy, but they were kind of making fun of themselves almost, and I think that's where they really like the movie was really coming alive. And then the more like interpersonal drama that was like spliced in between the dancing and stuff felt a little bit, I don't know, like, okay, we're supposed to care kind of thing. And so yeah, it was like this very interesting, I don't know, it's hard to build stakes and like it's hard to build characters for people to care about in such a short amount of time, but especially like one of the main like female characters who's meant to be like the sister of one of the dancers, she wasn't really giving much, you know. She kind of looked like she had the same facial expression for a lot of the film, which, you know, maybe that was a purposeful acting choice, but like I felt like I wanted more from her character, like give us something, you know what I mean? Like, come on girl, give us something. And so yeah, it was kind of hard to be like, oh wow, they're falling for each other, that's so cool. It was more just like, it seems like this is happening because that's what happens in most movies, you know, like the main characters start getting feelings for each other. But anyway, it was like interesting. And so yeah, I don't know what the hell the sequel would look like. And I don't know, I probably won't watch it if Matthew's not in it. Pfft, what's the point? But it's not surprising to me that they wanted to keep that money train rolling, you know what I mean? It's very funny how in a meta textual way, the movie itself is doing something similar to the characters in the film. Like they're trying to pry cash from women's purses, right? And so it was like very funny to see it like being reflected, I guess, in real life, you know, or to think about it being reflected in real life, because the target demographic is exactly the same. And so yeah, Channing Tatum, he's fine. He looks like a, what's the word? Like a tin soldier, you know, just perfectly sculpted. But yeah, less intrigue than maybe I would personally like. But, you know, yeah, it's interesting. And I think it's a cultural touchstone. Like, you know, even if you haven't seen it, any of you guys that are listening right now, you should see it. Just for the pure craziness of it, you know, just to like see what it's all about. Because it really is like it's something special, I think. And so yeah, that's my experience, at least some of my initial thoughts. And yeah, it just further solidified the fact that Matthew McConaughey is really, really pretty and nice to look at. But anyway, goodness gracious me. Malice said, hi, I saw that at the start. Thank you, Cody. And I know I'm just rambling here, but I had to get these thoughts out before I forgot them, because holy shit, I literally just watched it and I was like, well, this is perfect to talk about on stream. And continuing this, you know, this saga of me falling deeper and deeper into this, you know, irrevocable crush. So, oh God. What can I say? If it was Elvis and Germa on stage, honestly, Elvis is kind of like halfway there. He was all about those hip shaking moves that drove the ladies crazy. So he was kind of like the OG Magic Mike. He was like the Magic Elvis. Germa, I don't even know if I can think about that. Like, that seems illegal to think about. But he's got some moves of his own too. And so, honestly, I can see it. I think the demographic might just be me. Might purely just be me. But, I'm okay with that. Gosh. Oh, gosh. And so, yeah. Anyway. And don't worry, I'm not about any cult followings, even though that is very, very funny. Gosh, reality gets in the way. Honestly, that's fair. I think there's something nice about being transported away into like a different, I don't know, a different world, even if only for a hot minute or the length of a movie. There's something nice about forgetting any of your real world troubles, the fact that you have to pay rent or go into work tomorrow. Just like, imagining yourself being swept away by a G.I. Joe or a certain cowboy. It's like, I can see the function in that, and I can see the importance in that. Or yeah, trying to marry an oily demon woman with 12-inch feet. It's like whatever floats your boat. I think that is less frivolous and actually more necessary than people give, the fantasy world credit for. We should have active imaginations, and we should indulge them, healthily, because I think that makes life a little touch sweeter. And so, if you want an oily demon woman, that it's good to know what you want. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Oh gosh. But yeah, what can I say? And yeah, as for the mystery secret, oh, can I say this? It's kind of a clue. Is it a clue? All I'm gonna say, no, I can't say that. I can't say anything. The mystery secret is kind of a little bit, tiny bit, maybe related to this discussion. So do with that what you will. How far are we? You guys are saying it's a good 69%. That is a good percentage to be at. Nearly there. And so whenever we get there, I'm going to tell you guys what the secret is, but I'm also going to prove it because there's proof in my garage. And so you don't just have to take my word. Like I can be like, guys, da 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 da, and you'll be like, oh yeah? Well, how do we know you ain't just yanking out chains, cowboy? And then I'll be like, well, buckle up. And so, yeah, once we get all the way there, 69 is I think a good place to be. Yeah, so in my garage, and it's not my Lamborghini. It's I can't give it away too much. I don't want to spoil it, but it's proof essentially of the secret that I will share with you guys once we hit 100%. So put in your cherries if you're curious about it. And so yeah, is the secret my hidden kink? It's not my hidden kink. It's not a kink, really, but it could be someone else's. Maybe. And so, yeah, I don't want to say too much. I have given out clues in the past, but it's, I think it'll be a better surprise, and, like, it will tickle you more to just, like, find out almost, like, and completely by surprise, if that makes sense. Like, if you kind of know what I'm going to say by the end of it, I think it'll take some of the fun out of it. And so, yeah, you'll have to wait and see. That's exactly right. And it's not a Porsche either, even though, damn, I could go for a Porsche. In fact, my garage it doesn't actually house my car, because, I don't know if this is even interesting to anyone, but my garage is like to drive in is like on a slope. And so my car actually can't get down without scraping the bottom, like the underside of it. And so I just park it on the sides, like the street. It's annoying, and I could have bought a car with like a higher clearance, but fuck it. It's pretty small anyway, so I'd be worried about fucking scraping it on the sides. But yeah, I don't actually keep my car in my garage. I just have all my books and my knowledge. No, sorry. That's funny. Oh gosh, I bought a horse. I'm really starting my cowgirl life. Oh god. I said last time actually that I do quite like horses. Not in the over-the-top, obsessed horse girl way. I hope not, at least. But the very few times, I could probably count on one hand the interactions that I've ever had with horses. Those times that I've had, I've very much enjoyed. Like they're quite majestic creatures, a little bit frightening at times actually when you get to witness the actual strength and like, the fact that they could probably fucking kill you if they were in a bad mood and you were in a bad spot. You know what I mean? Like they could probably kick you to death and it would be like nothing to them. But they are very beautiful, wild, majestic creatures. And so I could see some parallel universe where Emmy's like an actual legitimate cowgirl, like living on a farm or something. But yeah, horses. I've ridden a horse like once or twice. Because I remember once actually. This is quite funny, and I don't even think I've shared this with you guys before. But when I was very young, like still in primary school, so like let's just say 6 or 7 years old. My parents, for my birthday, they took me and some of my friends to like the kind of petting zoo. Like it was basically like a farm where you can like pet the animals and like milk a cow and stuff like that. And so that was a very weird, fun experience when I was a child. I got to milk a cow and I was like conflicted about how I felt. Because on one hand, I was like, wow, this is so cool, right? But on the other hand, I was like, I don't know, like, I don't like this. What is this texture? What is this action? And like, it felt very weird, essentially. But yeah, I enjoyed that. I got to pet all the other like animals and stuff. You got to feed the animals. And so that was an interesting memory. I'm sure there's like photos and videos of that somewhere. And then a little bit when I was older, I went on school camp. I got to ride a horse. And then not so far away ago, actually, recently, like a year or two ago, I went traveling. I went to Queensland. I went to a theme park that was kind of farm themed, and I got to pet a horse there as well. And it was so beautiful, so majestic. It was like, yeah, this beautiful, ethereal creature with beautiful flowing hair. And I was like, damn. I felt like a little girl because it was so huge. And looking at it kind of like eye to eye, its eye was like massive. I was like, oh my gosh, just this beautiful, dark, deep obsidian pool. And I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, they're huge. And so, yeah, I could see myself being a cowgirl maybe in another life. Even though in this life, maybe not. Because I'm too particular. You guys know that. I can be a little bit of a princess. Which is not a compliment, by the way. It's like literally like The Princess and the Pea, if you guys know that story. If I'm sleeping wrong, like if there's a pea under the mattress, I will fucking feel it and I will complain about it. Like that story I told you guys where I was woken up out of sleep because there was something digging into my side. And this is a 100% true story, by the way. I was like, what the fuck? What's digging into me? And then I like put my hand in my pocket and pull the thing out that was annoying me. And guess what it was, guys? Some of you know this. I shit you not. It was a scrunched up tissue. Like, an actual piece of fucking tissue paper. Woke me out of my slumber. Granted, I'm not a very deep sleeper. I'm a very light sleeper, so that's not too surprising. But like, I even like freaking, I rolled my eyes at myself and I was like, get your shit together. Yeah, the softest thing in the known universe. Literally. And so I was just like, damn, okay. I was annoyed at myself, but I remember I told my brother that story and he like died laughing. And so it was worth seeing him smile and hearing him laugh. But I swear to God, like I tell that story and people think that I'm bullshitting, right? And like, I wish I was, because that is kind of embarrassing, right? But yeah, and it's funny because like it's not even like the first that's happened multiple times. But yeah, anyway, so that's what I mean. I can be a little bit princessy, and that can apply to lots of other things too, like temperature. If I'm not my perfect temperature, then I feel uncomfortable or like distractible. Because I'm like, I'm too hot, I can't focus, or like, I'm too cold, I can't move. And so, yeah, I have to be the most perfect temperature, like, a very temperamental, like, freaking animal that you have to keep very well tended. But yeah, it was like, just funny shit. And this is my younger brother. He's like 3 years younger than I am. I'm the oldest out of three. And so, yeah, he can vouch for me with that story. He's like, he can like prove to you guys that that's not made up. But yeah, the princess and the thermostat is absolutely right. But anyway, to a first time chatter, social ant, social butterfly, welcome in. Uh, sir, dude, I love that. That's a very old meme. Eyebrows on fleek. Thank you. I think because right now my face is looking a little bit worse for wear, and I love doing makeup with you guys because I stream so late. Like I'm not going anywhere. You know what I mean? Like I'll just be doing my makeup to then take it off as soon as the stream's over. But to have something to do with my hands, why not? Um, let's see. What do I want to do? What kind of Magic Mike inspired makeup style could I do? There's really nothing. Um, fuck. All right. Let's just play around and see what we got here. Um, my beautiful white eyeliner that I've been using a lot lately. You look this good without makeup. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say. I do have yesterday's eyeliner still kind of smudged on my face. I don't know if that counts, but let's zoom in a second. See if you guys. Oh, that's HD. Don't be alarmed, guys. This is my face in all its sweaty fucking glory. I have a story about this eyeliner. Check it out. This is a pencil, right? And no shit, right? I have a story about this pencil. So, as you use it, as you continue to use it, like I'm doing right now, and I know it looks scary, it actually is scary to do. As you use it, it gets increasingly like, small, I guess, is the word. And there was a time not too long ago, like about a week ago, where it was basically down to the nub, so I couldn't use it anymore, right? And I was sad about that, because I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to get a new eyeliner. And I don't want to get a new eyeliner. And I was like, oh, I know I could sharpen it, but I don't have a sharpener. And that's when I realized, Emmy, ask someone. Like, if you don't want to, like, drive to the store and buy one, I'm sure someone you know has a sharpener. Like, one of your family members, one of your friends. And so, that's what I did. I asked my brother. It's like, hey, bro, do you have a sharpener? And he was like, yeah, here you go. And I sharpened my pencil back to its natural glory. I was like, huh. There's a lesson in there somewhere. And I know it sounds really obvious and kind of, like, bland to hear me say this, but I'm the kind of person that really does not like asking people for things. It makes me feel like an imposition, right? Like, I don't want to bother people. I don't want to make them go out of their way, that kind of thing. It makes me uncomfortable, right? And so I realized, actually, sometimes relying on other people, like, it's not the end of the world. And more often than not, actually, people are happy to help, They don't feel like they're being imposed upon. They don't feel like they're, being put out. They're happy to help. And it's a, what's the word? It's a feature of their graciousness, It's actually, it's kind of a compliment to them to be asked upon. At least, for some people. And yes, I did give the sharpener back. I didn't steal it. But eventually I'll probably get my own. But I was, like, talking to myself about this, like, why was I so hung up in the first place? It's such a small thing, and I realized if the tables were turned, and if I had something that someone needed, of course, like, I wouldn't even think twice about it. I'd just be like, yeah, here you go. Happy to help, right? But for some reason, when it comes to my own, like, asking for things, I get all choked up about it. And this is just, like, a reminder to myself, really, but also for anyone that needs to hear it, that there are people out there that have got your back. Whether it's as small as a little sharpener to, help you line your eyes, or, something bigger, a ride, like a shoulder to cry on, or anything that you may be in need of. Your people are out there, and they're willing to help. You obviously should be a good friend back, or a good family member back, whoever it is, that's in your life. But it can actually strengthen relationships rather than like damp them or whatever. And that's something I still need to learn. I really don't like bothering people. And even if it's just like for my own like emotional distress, I don't want to bother people because I want to be like in people's minds, I want to be a happy person, someone that is more often than not optimistic. I don't want someone's first thought when they think of me to be like, oh, that's that girl that's always going through some shit, Yeah, I'd like to be a place of peace and respite and like, I don't know, good feeling essentially, because I care so much about good feeling as a philosophy. I want that to be like, I don't know, how people see me, even though of course you can't control how people see you. And that is not necessarily a good way for me to be, because you can very easily just drive yourself completely crazy trying to control something as like intangible and ephemeral as a reputation, you know what I mean? And in fact, I do think it sometimes gets in the way of me being the best friend or best sister or best daughter that I could be, right? And obviously that's not what we want. So yeah, that idea of just like allowing people to, be in your life, I think, to show up for you in ways that they can or want to, I think that's a good practice, for me at least, and maybe anyone that can relate to that. Now, I'm doing a pretty terrible job with this, but that's okay. We're going to just see how we go. Yeah, it's not totally productive to care what people think. Of course, sometimes we know that, but also still care, right? It's sometimes hard to catch up the emotional brain to what the logical brain already knows. But yeah, it's kind of like, it's this thing where we need community. We need each other. We can make life good for one another. That's what I always say. And I do believe that. And so, yeah, ask for the sharpener is essentially the moral of that story. And, I guess conversely, be the person that can be asked upon if you feel like that's within your domain. I remember one time, and this was when I was still working, this girl came up to me and she asked me for a, feminine hygiene product. And I'd never felt so bad in my life because it was like the one time that I hadn't got anything in my bag, and this girl was obviously in need, right? And so I ended up having to apologize and be like, I'm so sorry, I don't have anything on me, but I'm going to ask around for you and see what I can do. And so, we eventually got the girl what she needed, but I was like, fuck. Of course, it's the one time where I don't actually have something to give out to someone. Because, I felt like this girl, and this was when I was working and I was kind of relatively new. And so this girl didn't really know me that well, but she had mustered up the courage and also deemed me reliable enough, or what's the word? She put her trust in me to be able to provide for her. And so I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to get you what you need, even if I'm not directly responsible. And so since then I always carry extra, I like being that person, or trying to be that person. And it literally costs nothing. You know what I mean? It's such a small thing, but can be so important to someone if they're in need. And we've all been in terms of stories from other girls, stuff like that, we've all been in a situation where we needed something like that, But yeah, so it's not just about asking for the sharpener. It's also having the sharpener for others. And so yeah, Confucius and I were pretty tight like that. But yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, my only regret, I feel like it's one of those things where there's this bit of almost cruel irony where someone asks something of you that you literally just had, or like every other day you normally have something, right? It's like, of course, it's that one day. And so, you know, I feel like those little moments in life are just like, you have to laugh type beat. But yeah, it reminded me essentially, like, oh, you know, here's a few little things that you can do to easily make someone's day, essentially. And so, yeah, even if you're a guy, actually, I don't think many men actually do this, but like, you know, if you're the kind of person that likes to be prepared, and if you have a lot of girlfriends or like, you know, female friends, having stuff like that in your bag or whatever can actually be a life-saving thing. And not that it's the reason to do it, but I imagine you'd also get brownie points in that group. You know, just like look out for each other, essentially. I know some people actually that carry with them like an EpiPen, even though they're not personally allergic to anything. Or even some people that carry Narcan with them, which is like, I'm pretty sure that's for like specific drug overdoses. Again, not that they feel like they're ever going to need it, but in case someone ever might. And I look at those types of people with a lot of admiration. It shows a kind of forward thinking and a care for others that is unfortunately rare, but very special when you see it in the wild. And one of my dear friends, actually, you guys have met him, the saxophonist, Alex. He is like the king of coming prepared, essentially. I remember one time, I think like our whole friendship group was out. We were like maybe at a restaurant or something like that. Or maybe we were just like walking through the city. Anyway, we were at a place where like I needed a tissue, but there were no tissues around. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I really need a tissue. Like my nose is running or whatever it was, or whatever I needed it for. And I was like, does anyone have anything? And everyone's like, no. And then Alex was like, oh yeah, I got you. And he like pulls out this whole like packet of tissues unopened, just like, you know, he came prepared essentially. And I was like, you're such a lifesaver. Thank you so much. And I think even after that night, I sent him a message being like, oh my gosh, it's really comforting to have a friend like you in our group, to know that for most things, like he's got us covered. And that, again, is like a very valuable and very sweet quality to have. So, and it's quite simple, isn't it? It's a packet of tissues, guys. They're literally like 50 cents, you know? But yeah. What are you welcome in? I hope you're well. And I don't have my bottle here, do I? I've got my other bottle, but it's not filled up. Give me one sec. This one, which has an E on it for Emmy. Go figure. There's still some water in here. Cheers. Yeah. It's not that great though. Oops. We're pretty up close and personal right now, aren't we? Don't worry. We'll zoom out in just a sec. It's funny how we're kind of having a pretty deep and meaningful conversation, even though we started by talking about Magic Mike. This is like funny. You look stunning. Thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. My hair is freaking tragic right now. I haven't really showered in like 2 days, so it's the lazy girl lifestyle. I think I'll probably shower like tomorrow morning, or because I'm going back to the gym. Maybe after the gym, we'll see. You know how it is on the weekend where you're just like, oh, no one's gonna see me. And honestly, I don't know, like, unless I'm doing extreme physical activity, I don't really, like, start to smell in general. You know what I mean? I know everyone says that because they can't smell themselves, but I mean it. Like, I've gotten other people to smell me before, and they're like, no, you smell normal. I don't usually shower every day anyway. I would usually shower every second day. But yeah, it's been 2 days now. My hair's knotty. Some people need to shower every day if they live in like a tropical climate or if they're like doing manual labor. For me, like I said, I live a princessy kind of lifestyle usually, and I'm not usually getting too like messy and sweaty. So it has been hot here though. But yeah. Don't worry guys, if I were to go like out to meet people, I would shower. But tonight it was just me and Matthew, baby. And you guys. But yeah, oh my gosh, my hair is so knotty. I feel like no matter what I do to it, it just gets knotty. Alright. What does an EpiPen cost? I'm actually very curious. Yeah, because like I said, I know friends that carry them around just in case. Certainly people that are allergic, but even people I know that don't have like allergies themselves, they just carry it just in case someone needs it, you know? I try and carry the basics, like, you know, in my bag actually, I've got like a little kind of really, really tiny first aid kit type beat. So I've got like band-aids, I've got feminine products that anyone might need. I've got like even like little eye drops and stuff like that because sometimes my eyes get like dry or whatever. I've got hair ties, hair clips, stuff like that. And it's actually come in handy. I have like Panadol or like internationally, I don't know. Do you guys have Panadol? Painkillers in general. Like the over-the-counter stuff, I mean. And it helps. Yeah, band-aids, stuff like that. I find that the only time I really need band-aids is when I'm wearing shoes that after a while have started to chafe, like, or give me blisters, like, on my heels. And so, yeah, I just slap them on and I continue walking and looking fabulous. Because, you know, sometimes it's a cruel irony, again, that the best, like, the most fashionable outfit can sometimes involve the most uncomfortable clothes. Or shoes. Usually shoes. EpiPen's like 1K in America. That seems fucked, because don't you need that to like not die? That seems kind of weird to me. Yeah, that's actually crazy. Okay, hair is brushed. Not bad. Let's see. Actually, my auntie got me this. It's a lip oil that's peach scented, and it really does smell like peaches. It makes me hungry as whenever I open it like this. And so, I wish you could smell through the screen. It's like this $2 thing from like, I think Kmart or whatever, and it smells so good. It's like, damn, okay. I want a bit of color, so what are we gonna do? Maybe this is my favorite lip gloss because it's like color changing based on your like pH or whatever. I think that's what it says. And the saddest thing is they don't make this anymore. It's been discontinued. I tried Googling it and it doesn't like, it literally just doesn't exist anymore. So I'm like kind of sad whenever I use it, but it's really pretty. And so I'll show you guys. These are my bare lips right now. And they're gonna start changing in front of your very eyes. It's kind of a sticky consistency, but it's super like cute and girly. Yeah, I think it's either pH or temperature, one or the two, but it says pH here, and I'm like, is that real or is that BS? I don't know. And so it's got this really interesting applicator too. It's like a little paintbrush. So, there we go. You can keep track, see if my lips change color. That's it, guys. That's the look. That's the full-on look. Let's zoom out again a little bit here. God, I can't deal with my hair right now. It's just doing whatever the frick it wants to do. So, yeah, this is the Magic Mike inspired look, guys. And in fact, I need to sit back a little bit because I need to get in that fan's line of sight. Yeah. Sorry if you guys can hear it. Holy shit. It's so hot here, and it's been hot for a hot minute. Go figure. And so, yeah. Let's show you guys the full fit while I'm back here. It's literally just this jumper, which I really like, and some really comfy black, like flowy harem pants that I think used to be my auntie's. So, pretty chill. T-pose. Pants, and I'm wearing socks though. I could probably take them off because it's really freaking hot. Yeah, you don't want basic lips. You definitely don't want basic lips. It's a nice jumper, isn't it? Yeah, I quite like, I like butterflies and I like the color blue, so it's a match made in heaven. Okay. Thank you, fan, for your service. Did I just unplug that? Fuck, yes I did. That's fine. I'll see how long I can stand it before I want to just rip all my clothes off. Magic Mike style. Okay. Yeah. So. Only toxic acid lips. Exactly. We don't want basic. We want acidic to fight off enemies if we need to. Yeah, what can I say? That's why I was late today, essentially, because I was watching the movie, and honestly, it's got the Emmy stamp of approval, whatever that is, because I think it was interesting, and yeah, interesting sums it up. Oh god. And you know what? Speaking of words and summing things up, I'd like to bring back this little game that I haven't done for a while. If you guys would be willing to oblige me, I would love for you to tell me what your mood is currently in one word or less. For me, I'm warm and sweaty, but warm, if I had to pick one. And so there's no right or wrong answer, however you're feeling. And one word or less, meaning you could simply just be sweet silence. Because yeah, depleted, I can relate to that actually. In recent times, I hope you feel repleted. Is that a word? Soon. Now that it's the end of the work week for our friends in that 9 to 5, you know, for me, because you know I don't have a proper job. I do this as my job essentially. So like, every day is the weekend. I know. It's like, yeah. It's one of those things where all my employed friends just fucking hate me. No, but it's like, it's one of those things where I get to enjoy a lot of the, I guess, privileges that some people working 9 to 5 do not get to enjoy. And so I'm very appreciative of that. Drowsy? Oh yeah, I get that. You could listen to the sound of my voice as you drift off to sleep and I won't be mad. If anyone has plans for the weekend, feel free to share. I'm very curious. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Like, I might see my parents tomorrow, something like that. Because, yeah. Sometimes when I go a few days without visiting, they're like, Emmy, where are you? Are you still alive? And so I have to make sure I check in, otherwise they get worried. See you, Locket. Hello. Exhausted, I can imagine. You're on, you finished work for the week, right? If I'm not mistaken. That's something worth celebrating. And also, happy birthday to Dion, your wonderful little poodle, right? If I'm not mistaken. That's fantastic, and I hope he was spoiled absolutely rotten. What are you taking a random train out tomorrow to see more of the country? That sounds wonderful. I love like those kinds of, you know, exploratory field trips. It's like, I don't know, it feels kind of like you're a main character in a movie kind of thing. Um, and I have done that a lot, but with my car instead of with the train. Because, yeah, like I was talking about last time, I love going on drives, especially late at night, like this time or even later. Uh, the roads are a lot clearer. And so there's like none of the road rage and all of the road bliss that you get from listening to music and just kind of vibing out, you know? Um, yeah, we're free, exactly. And so, yeah, that's cool. You have to report back. What did you see? What did you do? What did you eat? Etc. Etc. I know you're in Korea right now, so must be that'll be an interesting experience to say the least. Um, but yeah, Riku, you feel good. That's wonderful. I love that. You know, good is so short and sweet. It's simple, but it's good. You know, good is good. And sometimes that's all you could really ask for. It's a dub in my eyes. And yeah, I know what it's like to feel anything but good. So I really do appreciate those moments of just like relief, you know, calmness, contentedness, and yeah, that good feeling that we talk about so often here. Um, but yeah, what else was I going to talk to you guys about? It's like my mind has been completely wiped from before I saw Magic Mike. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sea Locket. We were just talking about my thoughts. Uh Really it's close to no thoughts, head empty, but yeah. Interesting movie, interesting movie. And as for what I'll watch next, who knows? Um because I'm trying to make my crush go away, not get worse, but I seem to be doing the opposite of what would do that. So yeah, head empty type beat is real. Um I'll have to keep you guys posted because currently, yeah, the crush is getting stronger and stronger. So I'm in trouble essentially. It ain't going away. Yeah, I think you might be right. Oh God, what do I do, guys? Um, I think my plan, I guess, now is to write a best-selling novel, publish, yeah, so publish that, get the rights to a movie, right? Start making the movie, cast Matthew in the male lead, and then cast myself in the female lead, and that's you know, step 5 profit. It's definitely living rent free in my head. Yeah, you know, it's like that sounds easy enough, right? Yeah, and voila. You just how easy is it to write a best-selling novel and then get the movie rights to it, etc., etc., etc. That should be doable, you know. But you know, I say that in jest, though I have been writing a lot recently, and thinking more about what makes me the most happy creatively. And it's probably no surprise to anyone actually that I feel like as much as I love making music and streaming and even like drawing and dancing, singing, etc., etc., I feel like my soul is one of a writer, if that makes sense. Like I always forget how good it makes me feel to write until I do it and I'm like, "Oh, wow. That's amazing. I feel perfectly aligned, you know?" And so it's that kind of thing where yeah, my soul is entirely like devoted to writing as a discipline. And I want to like do something with that, you know? Whether that's publish a book or yeah, just I don't know, make it more of a part of my life. That's kind of on the near horizon, and I'm excited for that. As for the poetry book update, really nothing to say on that front. I do have like probably enough poetry to put into a book, but it's all like on my website or like on my Twitter or yeah, just like scattered about. I want it to be accessible to you guys. And so, I don't know, maybe we'll see what happens. I think I really want to do something with Ada and Odin, like those characters of mine that I like to torture, because they've got like, what's the word? I think there's a story there that is compelling. Um, but yeah, for some reason it feels like a really complicated and convoluted puzzle, right, in my head. Um, and it can be very mentally draining sometimes trying to like put the pieces together. Because the thing is, I've written a lot to do with them, but they are often just like separate little chapters, like vignettes, character studies, rather than like an actual narrative arc. And so I'm like, damn, I really need to fucking nut up or shut up. Um, yeah, just need to put it all together. That's exactly right. Um, and so Tim, it's interesting that you say that. I think of these things to write when I'm feeling lonely, but then I realize it's too self indulgent and awkward. Like, I totally get that feeling. Like, I totally get where you're coming from. For me, the only thing that's helped is to write the damn thing anyway. Because, like, even if it's like something you're never going to show anyone, there's something kind of magical about actually getting the words physically down. Um, whether it's to like just get them out of your system or to remember them later. Um, it can be, yeah, like a very helpful, sometimes transformative practice. And I've written so many self indulgent, cringy, awkward things in my life that will hopefully never see the light of day. But I feel better for having written them. And I imagine you would feel similarly. Because it's like, to me, it's a form of bloodletting. You get all the feelings out and you feel better afterwards, like this wave of relief. And so, if you ever are again in a scenario where you feel like that, which I hope you don't, if you ever feel like lonely or despondent or, just some type of way, see what happens when you give a voice to that feeling. Um, Sometimes all it needs is to be acknowledged, and then it already feels like 50% lighter, you know? Um, Note 777. Do not even ask. I will have to look back on that in like 2 months and be like, what the fuck? But anyway, that's quite funny. Yeah, like I've gotten into the habit of writing down uh really anything that tickles my fancy. Uh and yeah, I think it's a nice kind of method of like scrapbooking as well. And yeah, of course, it also helps with anxiety too. Waddy, I totally agree. Because, like, sometimes if we just have our thoughts kind of racing and they're they're unleashed and unchecked, they can kind of get ahead of themselves and start getting, or like start feeling bigger and bigger. Like, something picking up steam or like a snowball picking up more snow as it rolls. But something about like actually forcing yourself to write something down, it kind of like it halts the process in a way. And yeah, you shine a light on the darkness, as it were, and you'll often find whatever it is that's bothering you is way less scary now that you can kind of name and shame it almost. Or sometimes even just figuring out what the hell it is like the most helpful part. It's like you can be feeling aimless and listless and angry or sad for no real reason that you can discern. But as soon as you start writing, you might surprise yourself. It's happened to me a lot, actually. I start writing about one thing, but then end up writing about something totally different. Or if I'm like writing a diary entry, like things will come out that I'm like, what the hell? I wasn't even thinking about that. Where did that come from? And yet it's just like it's there. It's been like simmering under the surface, or in that moment, there's just like this lightning bolt of truth that strikes, and you're in that prime position to like capture it and like kind of, yeah, to see it essentially. Yeah, let the pen or the keys guide you. It's so true. And it sounds so like wankerish sometimes, because I know a lot of artists or a lot of pretentious artists will say like, oh, I'm just a vessel for whatever it is to flow through me. And it's frustratingly, like it's annoying how true that sometimes like is, like how it feels like that is true. But if you give yourself over to the like feeling, um, sometimes it really does feel like you're not really the one writing whatever it is that's coming out, you know? Um, Especially if you are a little bit more advanced. Um, a lot of our own practices become so like second nature. Uh, the mechanics of it kind of melt away, and so you forget how you're doing it. Um, yeah, you give yourself over to the thoughtful construct. That's a beautiful sentence, and so like so true. The thoughtful construct, like as a way to describe a poem, is probably my best work yet, because I think that is literally like the essence of what poetry is to me, right? Um, and yeah, it's kind of like my definition of what a poem is a lot broader than I think like most people's is, I would imagine. Um, but that's okay with me. And I'm also okay with the criticism being levied that maybe that's a little bit too like hipsterish or whatever. But yeah, it's like that's something that I think sums it up, at least in my eyes. And to our first time chatter, Scotty, welcome in. I think you might surprise yourself if you sat down and like just attempted to write a poem, you know? The struggle bus, so I can definitely relate to the struggle bus. Don't you worry. Like, seriously, I would say, like, as a percentage, like, it's a non negligible part of my life that is seated directly on the struggle bus. So, oh gosh. Yeah, lock in, exactly. You're writing a play. That's fantastic. Tell me more. But yeah, when you get in the zone, it's sort of true. The words just flow out. That's very, very true. And for me, I like to edit. I like to write in a very like word vomit way, and then when I edit, that's when I get more like what's the word, like discerning or like harsh. Not harsh, but you know what I mean. Like I try to make sense out of whatever the hell it was that I just like wrote out for thousands of words, and it's a little bit like sculpting, I'd imagine. The initial writing part is like just getting this massive slab of clay and then making the kind of vague outline of what you want to do. And then editing is where you take a more like fine tipped instrument and you kind of carve out the more intricate details until you're left with, you know, what's approaching a final copy and like the finished creation, you know? Um, but yeah, it's like everyone's style is different. I know there are some people that like to be very meticulous, so their first draft is essentially their final copy. And like it's a kind of thing where depending on my mood, I can be like that. But more often than not, I'm trying to prioritize actually like getting in and staying in the mood than anything else because I'm easily discouraged and I'm often like overcome by, you know, it like the initial inertia often stops me because I'm like, oh, it's too much effort, you know? So I'm just trying to like get over the hurdle. And usually I can convince myself into sitting down and writing if I'm like, oh, you know what? It's just going to be this rough, messy draft. And so, yeah. And as for the reason why I put spaces between my exclamation marks and stuff, I can't remember exactly why I started that. But I liked giving the sentence room to breathe for a second. It was just kind of like something that looked stylistically nice, and I just kept doing it essentially. Depending on my mood, though, I will just have no space between them. Like if I'm more hurried, and so yeah, it's kind of like if I'm relaxed and just writing something out with no time constraints or like even thinking about time, I'll put the spaces there. The sentence is like lush and languid and has time to breathe. But then if I'm like trying to evoke a sense of like urgency or excitedness, quickness or whatever, then I'll remove the space and it feels like more condensed, doesn't it? Even though it's just one little space. And so yeah, it's interesting, right? Because a lot of this stuff started off purposeful and like I did it for a reason, but then over time, as I've been writing for so long and thinking about writing for so long, it just starts to happen subconsciously almost. Yeah, I think I still do space my ellipses too. It's interesting, right? I do have a deep respect for like grammar and syntax and the correct versions of grammar and syntax. But for me, I've always found the most pleasure in kind of bending and breaking those rules depending on how I see fit, like how I can justify it to myself. Because, like, usually if I'm making a choice, it's for a reason. And so, like, what choices do I want to make and why? Do I find them compelling enough to justify making the choice? And then, yeah, it's like, to me, I see uh, words and their definitions and grammar and syntax as like different ingredients or flavors. And, you know, once you get good at cooking, essentially, you can start making your own recipes instead of following ones that are already written out for you. And they might not always work. Like, you might end up mixing things together that make the dish taste weird or horrible. But sometimes you might accidentally just cook, you know what I mean? Like, both literally and figuratively. Um, and so I found that, as cheesy as it sounds, right? That saying, like, you have to know the rules so you can break them. I found that to be startlingly true. And yeah, it's like something that I take kind of almost a perverse pleasure in. I like being weird with language, you know, because it feels like, well, language is an extension of us, right? And in a similar way to how we dress to show our own personality or how we do our hair, I think we can do our language in a way that shows our personality too. You know, it's like this interesting thing where most people don't really even think about it. They just, you know, they just use whatever's correct or proper, or yeah, it's not something they really even care about. But I think you can do a lot of fun, interesting things with language and make it very reflective of your personality. And so that idea, like, that I really was interested in was like, if someone read something that you wrote, like someone that knew you, but they didn't know that you wrote this thing, would they be able to tell that it was you? That's kind of like something that I think about often. And I feel like with a lot of my writing, the answer is yes, if I can be that self-indulgent. For many reasons, both like thematically and also like syntactically, because I often use lowercase, etc., etc. Like metatextually, I mean. But, you know, I think it's a fun practice because you can start imbuing your own work with more of you. And that's a cool thing to do, you know? It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. You can break the rules. You can use words like in weird ways. You can break the conventions of the like typical English grammar. And yeah, like I think that's like one of the best parts, essentially. And so yeah, I'll have to test you guys someday. That's absolutely true. One day I'll like give you guys 3 different poems. One that I wrote, one that maybe a friend wrote, and maybe one that fucking AI wrote, who knows. And I'll have them be similar, right? But I'll try and get you guys to guess which one I wrote and see if I'm doing my job right. But yeah, that's like, it's a helpful benchmark for me. And even if like you're at the beginning of your journey in terms of like creating your voice, whatever that looks like, even just thinking about what like something uniquely yours would look like is a good exercise. Because like, okay, what could I do to this thing to make it more me? I don't know. More adjectives, more capital letters. And it's like, once you start thinking, it just kind of like goes from there. It opens up all these different possibilities. And so, you know, and yeah, if you get it wrong, instant ban forever. Exactly. No returns. I'm sorry. No refunds. But I think it's like, yeah, it's interesting. And of course, there's always a time and a place. Like when I'm writing formal emails, for example, I don't use my fucking casual as hell, lowercase, kind of spaced out, like kind of tone. But if I have the privilege to write in any way that I like, then I will revert to what I feel like serves the text the best, essentially. And so, yeah. I love neologisms, like new words, and I also love portmanteaus. I think that's so fun. And yeah, like to do that, like the fact that you know that is fantastic. That is a fantastic insight into your own poetic voice or like your own writerly voice in general. That idea that not only can you point out what it is that kind of, you know, reflects your own uniqueness, but you can like justify the why. That means you're like so fucking ahead, like it's fantastic. And yeah, a lot of people I think you'd find don't really care or think about it or really, yeah, pay much attention, and that's fine. But it's cool, like especially if you're in the writing world. I think it's a very like it's a handy thing to have, and it sets you like a cut above the rest. Yeah, neologisms. There was a bunch of terms that I learned when I was doing English lit in high school and then university, but a lot of that stuff is just gone now. But yeah, cool stuff. Um, Emulated, welcome in. I fare well. I hope you do too. But yeah, I also sometimes overuse phrases. Waddy, I know what you mean. I believe use a good one though. I think that's it's a relatively safe phrase. Sometimes, like in a context like this, where you're free balling, free talking for so long, your brain can sometimes like short circuit and just like say the things that are closest in your vocabulary. And so sometimes I go through phases where I just say very similar words very often, and I look back on the VODs and I'm just like, change the record, girl. You know what I mean? Like, please say a different word than ostensibly, or you know what I mean? Like just these random words that we pick up. They kind of like they come and go like fads, but you know, some phrases are like catchphrases and they're like meant to be repeated. But if it's like a more accidental, like nervous tick thing, which I especially got when I first started streaming, listening back can be kind of brutal because I'm like, oh my fucking god, you've said that same thing like 5 times over. Please, just get your shit together. Yeah, literally is one that I use a lot, but it's kind of like it's like a hedging word at this point, or what would you call it? Like almost like a filler word. And so I don't really care so much for those ones, but like, yeah, longer phrases. It's like, damn, girl. But anyway, or is our own worst critic. So, but yeah, as a South African, I think we use the word shame too much. That's so interesting. Tell me more about that. I love the South African vernacular and the South African accent. There's probably more than one, but yeah, I've always found it to be so easy to listen to. Yeah, ostensibly is not a basic word, but it's a word that, like, I don't know, sometimes can get just stuck in my brain, and then I end up repeating it over and over again. It's just like, what the fuck? But anyway, welcome in, by the way. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like it's weird shit. Sublime. Sublime is a sublime word, I think. It can be used like that, yes. Though there is that literary term that we are talking about last time concerning natural disasters and stuff. But yeah. As for how old I am, I'm 25. So, MILF category, I'm not sure. Welcome in nonetheless. Oh gosh. It's not used in the manner of the meaning of the word. Right, that's interesting to me. Like there's a lot of different ways that cultures kind of take words and make them their own and have specific meanings. Tell me more. I'm curious. Yeah, ostensibly, I'm sorry. It's like one of those kind of, I don't know, it's like an edgy kind of word, but maybe not really. It sticks in the brain, at least for me. And so, yeah. Colloquialisms, yes. I think that's what I was searching for. Thank you. Do you study English lit at all, Scotty? That's the vibe that I'm getting. I know you're writing a play. Is it for school or just for fun? But yeah. The South Australian word I hear, the South African word I hear a lot is it braai? Braai? What does that mean? Tell me more. Oh yeah, creative writing student. That's awesome. I studied creative writing at Melbourne Uni, and it was a wonderful experience. It was like, damn, I feel like the dumbest person in the room at all times, but it was fantastic. Like, that's kind of what I wanted, essentially. I wanted to be, kind of pushed in the deep end and tried to learn as much as I could. I always say here, and I believe it to be true, that you don't need a fancy course to learn how to write. Anyone can learn how to write if they're that way inclined, like if they desire that. But yeah, like for me, it was really just about reading the work of my peers and reading the work that the kind of teachers would give us and learning just how far you can take things. Like you can really go into weird, interesting genres and like push the envelope. Um, and yeah, it was like a really great experience. I wrote for the general creative writing classes. We tried to cover a wide range of topics. So we did fiction, we did nonfiction, we even did a play as well. We did like screenwriting type beat. But once I like finished my general degree, I then went on to do my honors, and because like for that you have to write like a very specific kind of thesis, and so mine was about experimental poetry. Um, my favorite genre. You guys are asking me the heavy hitting questions. Let's see. My favorite genre. I really liked the prose poems. And for some reason, a lot of people hate prose poems because they think, oh, why not just write it out like a normal chapter, you know? Because prose is like a story, for example, and a poem is a poem. So when you put them together, it's like a story in a poem shape, essentially. But they're really interesting to me, and like I've read some fantastic prose poems that I don't think could have functioned as just like a normal chapter, you know. But yeah, this is like the whole thing. Prose. If you'd like to Google it later, it's like yeah, it's a specific kind of poetry that usually is more like narrative focused, or at the very least, it's trying to, yeah, get like some kind of message, like story across. And yeah, for some reason, a lot of people say, "Oh, that's not a poem," just because like it's got prose. Anyway, it's this whole thing. I really like those, and yeah, there was a lot of new like writers that I got introduced to from being in university. Yeah, moral of the story as poems. Some of them can be like that for sure. Um, and certainly, I should say, when I was at school, and maybe especially in high school, not so much in university, there were a lot of poems and stories in general that I read that I didn't like. I felt like, damn, you know, you kind of have one chance to make your class actually give a fuck about a specific topic that you're trying to teach. With poetry, especially, it's so difficult because people already don't give a fuck about poetry. And so it's not like you're even, the class is coming into this neutral. They're coming into this needing to already be convinced. And so when the material that you pull out is like dog shit, it's like, bro, you had the whole fucking world of poetry to choose from and you choose this. And so I'm not going to name names, but there was a couple of books that we read that was just like, what the hell, you know? Yeah, I think even like starting with like poetry adjacent topics could have been a good like easing you into it kind of thing. Rap is absolutely a form of poetry. Music is poetry put to music. Poetry put to, yeah, music. Actually, that works. And so it was kind of like, why are we starting with this boring shit that no one gives a fuck about? You know, even some of the poetry nerds like me, I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this either. And so I was like so on Shakespeare because I personally like Shakespeare, but I think it's a hard sell for a poetry, you know, like newbie essentially. But some of the poems that we read, yeah, it was not it. And so it was kind of like, yeah, a complaint that I had. Um, if I had to introduce people to poetry, oh God, you guys have seen some of my favorites, and there are some that I've like shared with you guys in the server. I try to start broad. I do something maybe a little bit sneaky, and I try to actually get people excited about poetry by hoping to convince them of what I believe, which is that poetry is literally everywhere. Like it is literally everywhere if you're willing to listen out for it, you know. It's it's like this completely renewable, completely generative resource that you can uh tap in and out of at will essentially. And you know, poetry is in the conversations that you have with your friends, conversations that you overhear from strangers, like signs and graffiti and stuff like that. It's literally our lives are comprised of poetry, even the way you feel and stuff like that. Um, and I would also highlight the function that poetry serves, because a lot of people think it's like this useless or superfluous thing in our lives that, doesn't really help. But I would argue that, in fact, poetry serves a really important function to help us in times where regular language or even regular physicality isn't enough or doesn't quite sum up what they want to say. Um, like if you've ever had a crush on someone, um, speaking from experience here with Matthew, like sometimes it doesn't feel exactly right to say, oh, this person makes me feel all tingly and blushy. Like that may be close to what you mean, but actually, if you were to like take that feeling and 100% like accurately reflect it, I think that's where poetry can step in, you know? Um, first name basis, don't even get me started. I feel like I can't even call him Mr. McConaughey because like that makes me feel fucking like, I don't know. Why does that make me feel like weird? And yeah, it absolutely trains your intellect. I think that's so true. And so funnily enough, but my like introduction to poetry class would be almost about everything except poetry to start off with, because I feel like I would have to justify its existence. I'd have to prove a point or like make a case for why, it's actually worth paying attention to in the first place. Um, I don't blame anyone for feeling like it serves no function in their lives, but I would hope to convince maybe a few people um, how enriching it can actually be. Um, so yeah, I don't know if that's helpful. And of course, because we talk about it here so much, this maybe sounds very obvious. Um, but thinking back to when I was in high school, like I don't blame like my entire class for being like, we literally don't care. Like even I was kind of struggling to care at times, and I'm like the biggest poetry nerd that I know. Um, and so yeah, you have to like first grab people like with an emotional kind of hook or like some kind of, whether it's material or social or whatever it is, reason um to engage, you know. Um yeah, I agree that language is incredibly important. It's like it's everything, you know. Um, but again, I don't blame people who maybe don't see it that way, though I do believe they might be able to be convinced. Um, but yeah, and I'm glad I'm the biggest poetry nerd that you guys know as well. um, how we describe our lives is how we understand our lives, and how we understand our lives is how we live our lives. It's kind of like this thing where you can really shape your reality, as woo as that sounds. You can like you can create your reality essentially. Um, and I found that yeah, a lot of the time I have been able to achieve certain things or avoid certain things that I didn't want to actually happen based on a thoughtfulness that I've enacted with language, you know? Um, but yeah, it's like, it's an interesting, weird space to be in, and I know that a lot of people just see it as this like pretentious, fucking obscure thing, where it's like, why can't you just say what you mean in plain English? But sometimes I don't feel certain emotions in plain English. They need something else, and that's where poetry kind of swoops in and says, "I got you, fam." Um, a good example of that, I think, is E. E. Cummings. He was like one of the great experimental poets of our time. Um, he has written things that are pretty off the wall, but when you read it, you think, "Fuck, that's actually really accurate." You know what I mean? Um, and yeah, sometimes just saying something doesn't do it justice. Like you feel like there's something missing. Um, I've said this before, but it's like a kind of practice that I'm really recently trying to embody as much as I can. When I write, I'm not striving for anything in particular besides complete accuracy, you know? Um, I want to articulate something as truthfully as possible, you know? Like as truthful to the actual feeling or as truthful to the actual point as possible. And so that's kind of like something I've been keeping in the back of my mind recently as I've been writing. Um, and I think it's been helping, you know? But yeah, it's like, it's something that, you know, if you guys want to try, I'd love to hear how you feel, like keeping that in mind. Um, and do I feel like I'm articulating everything right now as truthfully as possible? I'd like to believe so. Um, Sometimes talking like in a format like this, I have less time to think, and maybe that equates to a less thoughtful answer. But in general, by the time I finish a stream, I usually feel like I've said what I want to say, um, even if it's taken me fucking hours to get to the actual point. You know, I'm like, I don't stop until I feel like, oh yeah, there's the thing that I was looking for. Like, there's the point that I was trying to make. It's only taken me 3.5 hours to get there, but there it is. And so I guess that's a good and bad thing. Like, I'm dedicated to reaching the truth, or even discovering it as I'm talking. Because a lot of the time, I'm thinking about something for the first time as I'm describing it. I'm like, oh fuck, where is this going? I guess we'll both find out at the same time. And so, yeah, it's like that interesting experience of like, uh, I'm writing kind of out loud, and listening, for the first time at the same time. It's a trippy kind of experience, but I'm very lucky to be able to do that with you guys. And so, yeah. Do I experience eureka moments often? That's a great question. In poetry, when I'm writing, I want to say yes, but it's a different kind of eureka moment than the like, you know, light bulb kind of thing. Um, when I'm writing, I will usually find like the truth of the poem while I'm writing it out, and it suddenly feels like everything else around the poem is just like uh orbiting around that line. And so whether it's like at the start of the very first line or whether it's like fucking 50 lines down, um sometimes, well, actually there's a really freaking great example of this. I wonder if this is still online. This interview that I did talking about that exact kind of thing. Yes, yes. Okay. Here. I've got an example. How often do I feel proud of something that I write? If I write 100 poems, I probably feel proud of maybe 50 of them. So, I don't know, like, if that's high or low by anyone's metric, but I think that's that's accurate. 50-50, you know. But yeah, I want to read this to you guys. Maybe you've heard it before. Yeah, it's better than 0. That's absolutely true. Okay. Scotty, thank you so much for joining us. I'm glad to have you here. And good luck if you decide to write some poetry in the future. And Bray, welcome in. Don't trust atoms, they make up everything. So true, friend. We're talking about writing right now. Let's see. This was an interview that I did after publishing a poem of mine in a lit mag. The poem was about Elvis, like, you know, surprising nobody. And the very sweet interviewer was talking about my writing process, you know? And so the bold is what they asked, and the rest of it is what I responded with. But it's talking exactly about what we're talking about right now. So hopefully this helps anyone that may be curious. And so very self-indulgently, let me read out this introduction here. So, While your poem has a breathless carnal quality, it's also impressively taught. No word feels unnecessary or out of place. Could you tell me a bit about your writing and editing process? How do you know when a poem is finished? So that is really a fantastic question there. Um, and now I didn't. This wasn't like an audio interview. They sent me the questions over email, and I had all the time that I wanted to just like respond, edit, etc. And so that was like that worked perfectly for me because I don't think I'd be able to respond as well if I were just talking. But yeah, so this was my response. If left unchecked, and you guys know this better than anyone, I'm prone to rambling. So having my work described as taut, which means like lean or, like every word being totally necessary, is the kind of compliment that I very indulgently cherish. Thank you. Unfortunately, since I've been writing for about a decade now, a lot of my own practices have sublimated from the more easily explainable conscious mind to the nebulous and invisible intuitive mind, which is kind of what we were talking about earlier as well. Meaning that my response here to your questions is a frustratingly opaque set of answers. And yeah, English premium is very, very funny. But it's true, like, I really don't like being opaque, as in unclear or like abstract. But sometimes, again, in pursuit of accuracy, that's the best example that I can give. And so this is really, really important. And if you guys haven't read this book, it's totally fine. Hopefully it still comes across just as well. There's this metaphor from the book Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, where the male lead, Brick, and yes, that is his name, describes feeling compelled each night to drink and drink until he finally hears a click in his head that allows him to stop. And perhaps worryingly, I can relate to that experience of an internal click that tells me when a poem is done. It's like a tonic of pure relief and seems to loosen me from the clutches of whatever piece I'm obsessively working on. And so the click to me is different from the eureka moment. For instance, there's a poem that I read to you guys not too long ago that I sent to a friend, and the very first line was, I've noticed that you're very, what was it? I've noticed that you're very easy to enjoy. That was like one of the first lines. And to me, that was the thesis of the poem. But the poem continued for like another fucking 8, 9, 10 lines because I still had more to say. But everything else was kind of the supporting act to that main first line. It's not always that the first line is like the main act, but it just so happened to turn out that way for that poem. And so it felt like everything else that I had to say after that until the end was just kind of like supplementing and adding on and providing context, etc., for that thesis of like, I've noticed you're very easy to enjoy, which to me is a very high compliment. It's like, it's one of the highest compliments that I could give someone, because it's like that idea that someone's just person in general is, like not only enjoyable, but easy to enjoy as well. So that was the important distinction to me. And so talking more about this click, the click happens when that urgent feeling of needing to deliver a message has melted, and the message itself feels like it's been crystallized into the shape of the poem, right? The entire poem needs to justify its own existence. And then it's maybe a bit delicate then, like a snowflake. You reach a point where you feel like any further tinkering with the poem could shatter the whole thing entirely. And to me, that feeling is very strong. Like, as soon as I'm done, I'm like, if I change one more word, this whole thing is going to be absolute crap, you know? It doesn't necessarily need to be a like stereotypical like message, like a moral teaching or anything like that. Though I would potentially argue that self-expression is a message in and of itself. You're expressing, even if it's like reflexive and like looking inwards, you're still expressing a message to the self. And so both of those things can work in tandem, I think. Once a poem is like done in my eyes, I really don't like changing it. Like once that click is there, essentially, I really try not to change it unless there's something that, like, really needs to be changed, essentially. It's not often that, yeah, that kind of thing happens. But for me, sometimes it takes a while for it to feel done, and I'll be changing it constantly until then. Um, stand by your words, yeah, you know. And so for me, sometimes a poem isn't done for like years. Like I've come back to poems that have been sitting in my drafts for years, and then I change one word, and then there's that click. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't realize it would take this long, but then there it is. It's done. It's crystallized, and it's delicate. And so any further tinkering could just completely fuck the whole thing. And so one of those old ones. Oh, of course, I'd be happy to share one of those old ones in a sec. It's like I probably even still have some unfinished drafts that I could share with you guys. I remember there was this one time I showed you guys one, and then you helped me until like it was done, and that was a fantastic experience. But yeah, it's like this idea that, you know, sometimes a message just needs to gestate for a little while to kind of marinate until either new experiences or new perspectives pop into your brain and you're ready to wrap up essentially what you wanted to say. And so, in a sec, that sounds like a wonderful idea though. Yeah, you got to let it cook. That's exactly right. And then this is also important here. So, when you like start to edit and stuff, there's a constant negotiation happening between your own writerly ego and your editorial scrutiny. It's not typically as crazy making as it sounds, though it can be. Ultimately, you need to find some middle ground between the two impulses. It's possible to strip too much away while editing in the prideful pursuit of leanness. And sometimes a poem or line will spring forth basically finished, as if it had been waiting eagerly to pop into existence. Annie Dillard, in her essay A Writer in the World, which I've read to you guys before, quotes an unnamed writer who says, "One line of a sonnet, ... only one line of 14, but thank God for that one line, drops from the ceiling." I think about that quote a lot, and it continues to prove itself true to me. In this poem, the line that fell from the ceiling was the one about the Greek chorus of shrieking pubescents. Phew. And so that's what I was kind of talking about earlier when it comes to like feeling as if you're more of a vessel than an active participant. A line will come out of nowhere and you'll be like, whoa, that's crazy. It just pops into existence essentially. And for me, it's crazy how often that ends up happening. Like, no matter what, like, I could be writing a story or a poem or fucking a grocery list sometimes, and, you know, like, these impulses will just, they will emerge out of, like, a murky pool of thought. Yeah, it's very much like flowing with the stream, absolutely. It's like, you know, once you get to a point where you're kind of giving yourself over to the process, it can be scary, but if you let it happen, sometimes there's like this spark, and yeah, things come out that you maybe don't expect. But yeah, it is crazy, right? It's totally crazy. It does feel like sometimes that it has popped out of thin air. As for where to post your own writing, we have the, what was it, the Creative Corner. There, we don't, like, I personally don't critique, as in, like, I don't give feedback because I'm not, you know, like, I don't feel that I really have the authority to do that. So you're free to post without anyone, like, saying anything, you know what I mean? Except, like, compliments, etc., etc. But I do read them and I do appreciate them, and I've been quite impressed with the caliber of the writing. And so you're more than welcome to post there in the Creative Corner. That's for people's personal work. And then the Cherry University is for like other works that you just like but have not written or made yourself. As for poetry readings, I have been to a few. More when I was in university, now not so much. As for doing them myself, I was forced into it from you guys, like, what was it, last year? For the Elvis poem. Because it was like a donor goal that we had. Or was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. But yeah, it was, it's quite funny. Because it was a very raunchy poem. It was about Elvis coming in his pants. That whole mythology. And I was reading it out loud to a filled room of like elderly people. So that was like quite an interesting experience. I was so nervous that you could barely hear me, right? I was shaking. You know what I mean? Like I I did it because I promised you guys, and I like to keep my word. Um, but I don't think people really knew what I was even saying, which is kind of good, maybe. Um, in that moment when I had to go up, my heart, I felt like was gonna break through my fucking ribs and just like flop onto the floor. Um, but it was also kind of fun. Like I, I actually got to listen because I was, get this, I swear to God, no word of a lie, I was the last one to go up, literally the last fucking person to go up. And so I got the pleasure of listening to everyone else beforehand, but I also had the displeasure of like sitting and stewing in the fear, like the increasing fear, like the whole time. And yeah, so the dread just continued to build and build. And so it was like this kind of, it was this experience where um, there was like a breakfast involved, and like, you know, you could kind of almost like an all you can eat thing, but I was so nervous that I couldn't eat a single bite. I was like too fucking keyed up, and I was like, you know, I couldn't even think about food, even though there was this amazing spread like in front of me and my auntie. And so yeah, it was tough. But you know, it was like the kind of thing where it was a really fun and quite, what's the word, not life changing, but almost life changing experience, because then that's how I got in touch with the person who then published that poem in the lit mag that we just read that interview from. And so it really did, like, and I got paid for it too. Like, I can't remember how much it was like $75 or whatever. They paid me to like post my poem, and so that was like really validating, and especially given the topic, you know what I mean? I'm sorry for the mental image, by the way. It was meant to be young Elvis when he was doing his comeback special, go figure. You know, the black leather? There's a rumor. So the poem came about from the rumor that during the filming of that, the suit was so tight and the dance moves were so, you know, they positioned just right that it was kind of like a happy accident type beat. Um, and yeah, it's like, I'm not just making this up. Like, this is an actual fucking, like, documented thing. It's a rumor, but you know. And I think, yeah, there's actually this bit in the same interview here. I can show you guys. I don't know if the rumor about whatever happened in his leather pants is true, but I hope it is, and I think about it often. Ha ha. So yeah. You know? Oh gosh. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Um, so yeah, when we're done with ads, I'll read this to you guys. But damn, crazy, right? It's online forever. I know it's online forever. Though it is under my like Emmy Cherry name. So the production, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I honestly think that Elvis was, what's the word? He was ultimately killed by his well, his unsustainable schedule for one, but really his love for his fans and like wanting to give them as much of him as possible. He gave everything of himself to the point where he needed to do fuck tons of drugs and like, you know, have really unsustainable like sleep schedules and all that shit just to like, you know, get through the day. And I think it was just inevitable that he was going to crash and burn, though of course I think it was just absolutely tragic and way too early. But yeah, I think it was a kind of murder. People say, you know, his diet was horrific, etc., and I'm not silly enough to dispute that kind of thing. But yeah, it was like a very unfortunate whirlwind of circumstances, and I do think, yeah, he gave so much of himself over that he kind of lost himself, and yeah, he even did the crawfish video. I know. What can you do? Like, once you made that video, like, that's just peak. That's peak cinema and peak music. But yeah, it's interesting. I know I should not talk about Elvis every single stream, but here we are. It fits the conversation, and that's the thing. Hopefully it's not overly gratuitous. But this is where the poem came from, no pun intended. So, the poem was inspired by the rather credible claim that Elvis, while filming the '68 comeback special, got rather excited on stage and, well, had some kind of happy accident in those leather pants of his. And isn't that kind of poetic in a way? He loved performing so much and loved his craft and his audiences so much that he was too excited to control himself. It parallels that same frenetic, libidinous whirlwind of hype from his fan base. I think it went both ways. And so it's funny because it's quite a smutty poem, as you guys know. Where is it? If I search leather, I'll find it. It's a smutty poem. It's about something like fucking depraved and like, you know, titillating, etc., etc. But there's like, I don't know. I think there's stuff there that you can unpack. And so yeah, can you guys believe it? I got actually paid for this poem, even though I wrote it just because I wanted to write it for my own personal pleasure. And so, yeah. The Concrete Surfer, welcome in. What did I click on? It's so funny. Everyone always has a very similar reaction when we're talking about this topic. It's like, what the fuck? And I have no justification. Welcome in. Please enjoy your stay. But yeah. And see, Lockett, as for your question, have you ever reached that level with anything in your life? That is a very dirty question wrapped up in very sweet and sensible words. I don't know if I can answer that on this platform, at least. That's a very Patreon type question, but you know, I'll just say it's not out of the realm of possibility. I think it's possible to love something so much or be so passionate about something that you have, like, you know, a bodily, physical reaction or close to it, you know, something like that. It's in the cards. Guys, it might just happen. No, okay. Yeah, the poem was loaded. No pun intended. Or maybe. I don't know. I do love Elvis. I know it's controversial. But yeah, it's like, it's interesting to me, at least. This is my website, by the way, if you guys are wondering what is this mysterious thing that you're looking at. From the very beginning till the most recent, which is, yeah, kind of old now, but still. If Elvis was alive, he would have loved you. That's a nice thing to say. Honestly, I don't know, because sometimes I wonder, like, how would my idols receive me? Like, how would they think about me, you know? And sometimes I try not to think about it because I shudder at the thought, you know? Because, like, I think I can be a little bit much, to say the least. A little bit thirsty, as you guys know. And I wouldn't want that to be, like, off-putting or something like that, you know what I mean? But yeah, I did write that XYZ poem. And you know what's funny? That's actually about a streamer. The poem was like half a meme, half earnest, and like, I don't know how I feel about that. But yes, I wrote everything on their website. We can look more at it in a bit. And actually, we're close to doing an affirmation, so that's very funny. CJ, welcome in. Oh gosh. I'm convinced that when you enter the afterlife and the pearly gates open up, the first voice you hear is the same or parallel to Emmy Cherry's voice. You're too kind. I am very, like, eternally gratified that you guys like listening to me, because I swear to God, like, 70 to 80% of the time in my general life, I get fucking sick of myself in general, not just my voice. I get sick of my fucking face. I get sick of being in my own body. I'm just like, wow, it's unbearable sometimes. And so the fact that you guys seem to enjoy it, or at least feel neutral about it, it brings me great comfort, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. You're very kind. And yes, we were discussing whether or not Elvis came on stage. And what I said in that interview was, I don't know if it's true, but I hope it is. Teehee. Oh gosh. The Concrete Surfer, you live in Memphis. That's fantastic. Your girlfriend's a florist. Elvis's birthday is super busy day. Oh, I can imagine, because fans order hella flowers and send them to like Graceland or some other Elvis places. That's freaking cool. And it's so funny. Like, again, this is something that I find like endlessly, like, what's the word? What's a word other than gratifying? Because I've said that too many times. But it's gratifying. Like, it's funny to me how sometimes when I bring up my idols, someone in the chat completely earnestly would be like, oh my God, I know that person. Or like, I live near that person. Or like, I have a friend who knows that person. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm actually jealous. People that have talked about like visiting Graceland or living near it or living in Memphis and stuff like that. I'm just like, wow, that is so cool. I wish I was you in that moment. You know, it's like so funny. And I'm kind of scared at this point because even like a few streams ago when I was talking about my new crush on Matthew McConaughey, someone was like talking about, oh no, someone was talking about how they were cousins with Leonardo DiCaprio. And I was just like, what the, like, that's so random and so cool. And of course, like, you know, I'll take people at their word. And so I just feel like, yeah, that is wild. Anytime I bring someone up, someone's like, oh yeah, I know that person. I'm like, okay, bet. But yeah, that's very funny. And Polydactyl, you're very, very sweet. Elvis would have loved you. Oh God, I shudder to think. I don't know if I was exactly, I know if I was his type. Though Priscilla did have dark hair. I don't know. I shouldn't think too much about it because it can only go one of two ways. That I break my own heart or like I end up fantasizing about something that can never be realized, you know? But yeah, it's something that I do a lot, even if I know I shouldn't. But yeah. I mean, just so you know, if I see XQC in Twitch, at TwitchCon, I'm going to give him that poem. Oh my God. That's so funny. Honestly, I think he'd be, I don't know how he would receive that poem. I think he would laugh. And honestly, when I think about how anyone would respond reading one of the poems that I wrote for them, honestly, I think laughter is probably the first thing that would happen. Like whether it's from shock or just like the sheer audacity or the sheer thirstiness of it. I feel like that's kind of what I would expect. A lot of my friends, they're used to it by now. So they sometimes will just get a random poem from me and they'll be like, thank you very much. Or like say something sweet in response, which I'm very grateful for. And so it's kind of like, yeah, I have to remember that that's not how everyone feels, especially if it's just like out of nowhere. The XQC poem, like that most recent one there is, it was kind of half like written with you guys. Like I think we wrote it on stream together and it was like kind of a joke, but it's also like a very like thirsty poem under the radar. You know what I mean? Yes, entertaining is the word I was looking for too as well. But yeah, goodness gracious. And don't worry, euphemism, I got you back. Auto mod ain't shit. I understand preferring Johnny Cash. I think, yeah, the Elvis, what's the word? The Elvis vibe is definitely not for everyone, but he's my poison, I suppose. I once almost slept with an older woman who also slept with Elvis. Oh my God, I passed up the chance like an idiot. Oh my God, did she tell you anything? Like any stories or? That's crazy. Oh God, I can't even imagine like what I should not imagine, especially not right now. Goodness gracious. But yeah. Under the radar, exactly. So I'll read this to you guys. The reason there's no spaces is because XQC is known for his very fast speaking, to the point where it's kind of a meme where people can't even understand what he's saying. He's also, is he like French? Is he French Canadian? I can't remember exactly. But yeah, he's got a very swift style of speaking. And hence this kind of construction was born. And also apparently there's an XQC meme where he goes dark, which is like when he gets really like introspective and borderline depressed and it's like black and white. And so that's why the first line is there like that. And then there's some other turns of phrase in here that I think you guys coined. And so I can't take full credit for it. It's a poem for him. by me and you guys. So it's like I'm dragging you guys down with me essentially. Oh my god. So let's read it and we'll kind of explain it together. So, yeah, hello darkness, my old friend. Exactly. It's called XYZ because I thought it was funny how it rhymes, and I use the term XYZ all the time when I'm using it as like a placeholder for something. I'm like, "Oh, whether you like coffee or cordial or XYZ, I use it all the time." And so I thought it was only fitting, especially because it's 3 letters as well, and it rhymes. So it's like perfect little parallel without being so blatant, right? Um, and so here it is. The boy goes dark, the boy despairs, but he's in there somewhere. I know he's there. The boy is a mimetic dream, his consciousness a constant stream. Honestly, I'd like if he could XYZ all over me. And so you've got the XYZ there again, and it's almost working as a sensor. It's like, what 3 letters could that be, like obscuring or, like covering up essentially? And it also rhymes, like the Z and the me and the he, stream, dream, like there's a lot of like E sounds there. I promised my spacebar wasn't broken, but I could see where you'd get that. Obviously mimetic is kind of like, it's working double duty there because meme, he's often he creates a lot of memes just with his crazy wacky antics, etc. But mimetic is also a word that means like well, let me not mess this up. Mimetic, let me google it. Mimetic, because I would describe it as like something that is easily recreatable, or like something that people want to recreate. Definition, but that might not be exactly it. Relating to or constituting an element of a cultural system of behavior that's passed from one individual to another by imitation. That's a very, like, the confusing way to say, yeah, like something that is often replicated. And of course, that's where we get the word meme from as well. Yeah, as in memes, exactly right. And so I thought it was so fitting because, yeah, he is quite mimetic. He creates a lot of memes and people look up to him. He's very popular, very famous. So people recreate him and imitate him and stuff like that. So mimetic dream, and his consciousness a constant stream. Like stream as in like Twitch streaming, but also like the way that he talks often is very stream of consciousness like. So it's again another line that's working double duty. And then that little like lemon twist at the end, like honestly, I'd like if he could XYZ all over me. It's just a funny, nice way to dress something up, something potentially vulgar into something potentially kind of pretty and seemingly innocuous on the surface. And so, yeah, you guys helped me with that one. That's what I'm gonna say. But yeah, I have no excuse. Oh gosh. I wonder, I do wonder sometimes, because like I don't want to be, the last thing I ever want to do is make someone uncomfortable, you know? And even though there's virtually zero chance that the people that I write about would ever would ever come across these and read them for themselves, I try to imagine like every single possible scenario, including like the worst case scenario. And like, I try to make sure that if I'm being thirsty, it's done like either tastefully, or if it can't be tasteful, in a way that's like funny or like written so well that you can kind of let it slide, As for the next streamer, I'm not sure. I do like a couple of streamers that are maybe a little bit controversial, and because of that, I keep it a little bit closer to my chest, because well, when it comes to this channel, I try and stay away from things like politics or religion or topics that are, super incisive and stuff like that. Still though, that's not to say that I don't have my own opinions on politics and religion, etc., etc. In fact, I have quite firm opinions that I'd like to believe are well reasoned, etc. But it's the kind of like idea of a time and a place and what kind of place I want this channel to be. I don't feel equipped enough, you know, in the words of Amy Walker, who we'll get to, don't you worry, to make that like a thing here, essentially. Still though, I yeah, I do have thoughts, guys. Thoughts and prayers. The next streamer, I guess we'll have to see. I can't keep writing about Germa over and over again, even if I might want to. But yeah. Actually, yeah, it's a good time for affirmations. And thank you for the hydrate. I'm starting to get a bit thirsty, for real, for real. I did like the cowboy poems that we wrote the other day. They were really, they were fun. They were very fun. Goodness gracious. For real, for real. And yeah, it's our space. That's right. I feel like I want you guys to feel as comfortable as possible. And I also, of course, want to be as comfortable as possible. I don't like talking about shit that I either don't know about or don't know enough about to speak on with authority. And, you know, the list of things that I feel comfortable enough to speak about with authority is very slim. So, something sus with this bottle. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. These affirmations, for any of our new friends, are a little tradition of ours that we like to do once per stream. These aren't my words. I've blatantly ripped them from the lovely Amy Walker. You guys can see the video here, affirmations. But I consider it like a little bit of a pick-me-up for anyone that needs to, like, you know, have a cheerleader in their corner, you know? So for anyone that may not have heard this today, or for anyone that just needs a reminder, it's my absolute pleasure to tell you, yes. Yes, you are. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved. And my personal favorite, you are alive. So thank you very, very much for being here, listening to me ramble and rant and rave on stream. But way more importantly than that, thank you for being here on this earth in general. It's not always easy, I know, but it is always, always, always important. And, you know, I like to say, I think we can make life good for one another. To me, that's worth sticking around for. And so, yeah, thank you guys, really, sincerely. And Amy Walker, fuck, I owe Amy Walker a lot, to be honest. And she doesn't even know I exist. Maybe one day I'll write a poem for Amy, but until then, I'll keep honoring her in this little tradition of ours. And so, yeah, it's definitely not always easy. I know firsthand. There have been times where I didn't really want to be here, but you know, I've been lucky enough to come out of that, and I know, I know it's possible for anyone that may be kind of going through it. So, let's see, what else do I want to talk about? Writing. Can you believe it, guys? We're actually talking about writing today. Usually we end up talking about freaking random ass things, but you know, we're actually doing the poetry side of what I promised this channel would be. It's obviously a very important practice to me. And it's like, it's kind of like a cheat code, I think. A lot of people sleep on it, but some of the greatest figures in history, entertainment, etc., etc., have all credited like journaling or, you know, like documenting their feelings as a huge part of their success. And to me, that is the least surprising thing in the world, you know? And so, yeah, do it as an experiment. See how you feel. Start a diary, like do it for a week. If you like it, keep it going. I don't have a daily diary that I write in, like, dear diary, today I did da-da-da, but I do write every single day, whether it's like a singular line of something that just, you lit up my brain in a weird, pleasant way. Or, yeah, like a poem that I wanted to write for someone. Yeah, micro poetry, exactly right. And I said this in the last stream, and as I came away from that stream, I thought about it again and about how true it was. Sometimes I feel less like a writer and more like a collector because if you like keep your ears peeled, you'll hear things out in the world that are interesting and unique and fun. And if you like write them down, it's like you've collected them for later use or just for looking back on and enjoying. And a lot of my work ends up being created that way, whether just like the start of it and then like I fill in the rest, or just like collecting from here, here, and here until you have this like finished thing. And so a lot of the process itself sometimes, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's your own thing. It's like it's a process of listening, and that's a nice feeling because I don't know. Like I said, it's all out there already, and so yeah, collecting words from the world is really really nice, and yeah, that's why something like blackout poetry can be really fun too. If you're too maybe nervous or shy about starting from scratch, you can take something that someone's already written and then like see if you can make something new from that. It feels maybe like a more accessible way into a discipline that can sometimes be a bit obtuse. And so take one of my poems, for example. Like take a page from your favorite book and then just like see if you can like scratch words out to then be left with something new, like maybe something that's saying a totally different sentiment or something that is like wacky and weird and yeah, unique. So yeah, discourse is gardening. I love that. Yeah, that's like I think there's definitely a lot of overlap in different disciplines and stuff like that. And in the same way that writing for me can be like listening or collecting or even gardening as you tend to something. Yeah, you can really, excuse me, you can really do some interesting things depending on the manner with which you do it. Terrible phrasing, but you know what I mean. Happy Women's Day. That's fantastic. Happy Women's Day to all who celebrate, which is hopefully everyone. That's very funny. Sorry for attacking you guys. It's funny, like, I've been streaming here for a while now, but I'm still not used to this desk. As for what comes to mind with these three words, see, look at pink shaded sun. It reminds me of those, like, retro, like, 90s backgrounds. Wait, I'll show you what I mean. Like vaporwave. This is what it reminds me of. Yeah. It also reminds me of that song, Black Hole Sun. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Yeah, I love vaporwave. It's such a cool aesthetic. Are you writing a poem, Sea Locket? It is a depressing song, yeah. Interesting how some songs can, their like instrumental can match the lyrics or cannot match the lyrics. Have you heard of the band The Midnight? I have not. Tell me more. Been getting into some new bands recently. Had some requests, which I don't normally do, but when I'm asked so sweetly, how can I refuse? And so, yeah, I like broadening my horizons when it comes to music because I can be a little bit of a creature of habit, and so it's cool stuff. Yeah, vaporwave is very 80s. The songs you played last stream were good. Oh, I'm glad you liked them. I had so many more that I wanted to show you guys, but the thing is, we ended up having such a good time and just like chatting and stuff that yeah, we only did a couple, but that was fun. Karaoke is very nerve-wracking for me. I freaking was like shitting bricks, but yeah, we had a good time. Uh, yeah, Vienna is such a great song. Billy Joel's the goat. Um, my favorite song. Oh, you're gonna get me like rambling for 4 more hours. You'll have to tell me your favorite like three genres so I can pick within a good ballpark at least. When I think 80s music, the first song that comes to mind is Hungry Like the Wolf. Duran Duran is one of my. It's near the top. It's not my favorite, but one of my favorite bands. Because my mum is like a really big fan and she used to play them all the time. Be like, do 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 like that one. Do do. You guys all know it, even if you don't know the title. Um, where did that name come from? Tell me. I'm curious. Uh, Woman, you want me, give me a sign, and catch me breathing even closer behind. It's like, it's a really kind of sexy song, actually. Oh, Barbarella, interesting. That song itself, when you listen to it, it's like a catchy bop, etc. But you read the lyrics, and it's like this very predatory kind of like, stalking and like claiming of a woman. Um, it's sexy, but yeah. My favorite song of all time is almost impossible to choose. Um, though right now I'm in my like Billy Joel era. So one of the Billy Joel songs, Moving Out's a fucking good ass song. Um, The River of Dreams, and what else did we listen to? Vienna. So one of those maybe. But it's weird, like it's very mood dependent. Sometimes I want to listen to something like, poppy and light, but sometimes I want to listen to something that will make me cry. Sometimes I want to listen to something to feel seduced, and all of those things will change my, like, what I decide to listen to. Yeah, Hosier is one of my favorites. Um, Hungry Like the Wolf seems like it's over the speed limit road trip music. That's so true. Fuck me, that's true. And honestly, Duran Duran in general, they are so impressive for their staying power. Because, they came out in the 80s, right? If I'm not mistaken. And they're still fucking going. They're publishing songs in like this year and last year that I fucking love. And I'm like, damn, they still got it. And that's kind of rare. And so, yeah, one of their new albums was like this Halloween album. So they recorded their old songs, but they made them sound spooky, which is like, how does that even, but it worked. And I was like, damn, this is so good. And I even heard some new songs that I'd missed like the first time around because they came out in the 80s. And, fucking fantastic. There's one called Love Voodoo. Night after night, I try to prove that I can resist you, tied up inside your love voodoo. And like that was on repeat in my car for like fucking 6 months. And yeah, I was just like, damn, these guys have longevity, and that's impressive, especially in a climate like this. The like the advent of the micro trends and stuff like that. Um, it's like, yeah, really good shit. Um, Duran Duran. If you guys don't know them, you should. Uh, but yeah, Talk by Hosier is one of my favorite Hosier songs. It used to be my favorite until I heard his newest album, and then I was like, fuck, I love all of these songs. But yeah, it's very sexy and very seductive. The bass line in that's like, fuck, okay, someone means business. And then the lyrics themselves, of course, that kind of intrigue and cerebral excitement that we were talking about at the start of this stream. A View to a Kill is fucking incredible. Yeah. And we dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need. Fuck, that's a good fucking song. Was that for a Bond movie? My voice is I'm a little pitchy, but you guys get the gist. You need to listen to Run It Up by is it Humankind? You'll be hyped all day. I feel like I may have heard that before. I'll have to add it to the list. I do like hype songs. It's good for the gym, good for like, busting your ass. breaking a sweat. Um, yeah, July is good. Hosier as well. Um, Winter wore me out like I was Prada. What a fucking iconic line. Um, Billie Eilish, she's she's one of the goats as well. She's actually in Australia right now. She's fucking in my hometown, and I'm like, she's probably like not even that far away from me, and I don't know how I feel about that. Um, she's iconic for sure. Have her over, yeah. I'd be like, hey guys, so I know this is so random, but here's Billie Eilish. How crazy would that be? Um, honestly, dream, dream duo. She's probably like less than an hour away from me if she's still here, because she did like 4 nights here. Um, yeah, she's probably less than an hour away from me right now. I don't know how I feel about that. Um, who else do I like? I do like a lot of pop, so I'm kind of basic in that way. Uh, in general, like stuff that's on the radio, if it's catchy, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll fuck with that. Um, and then Elvis, of course. Um, Elvis has got some bangers. Everyone thinks that it's just Can't Help Falling in Love with You. They're like, oh yeah, Elvis, Can't Help Falling in Love with You, right? And I'm like, yes, but also like he recorded like 400 fucking songs, you know? And a lot of them are quite good, you know? But of course, people just say, well, you're an Elvis fan, so of course you would say that. Um, as for rap, I'm way less educated in the rap field, but you know, I've been liking some of the contemporary artists. I really like Doechii, which, you know, is like the most fucking basic ass thing that I could say because everyone right now is talking and loving Doechii. But I like Kendrick Lamar. I think his lyricism, he it almost feels like he's elevating rap into something like fucking sacred sometimes. Um, I kind of missed the Eminem wave, though I also like I respect the way he puts words together. Um, and Doechii is the one who's blowing up right now. She's like, I mean, fuck, I like pills, I like drugs, I like getting money, I like strippers, I like to fuck. That song. um, what else? Who else do I like? I don't listen to rap as much as I probably should because I like it. That's the thing. I love the poetry in rap. Um, it doesn't cross my radar as often as some of the other stuff though. Um, but yeah, what else? I also listen to, I don't know if there's a genre for this, but like it's almost like parody rap in a way. Like you know what the stuff that Bo Burnham did, like his early stuff, where he's rapping, but it's kind of like he's just flexing how clever how cleverly he can construct a sentence, you know? Which I think is cool still. But it's like it's not maybe as serious as the main rap people. Um, but yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. Like I'm Boyo, I'm the greatest rapper ever. You can weather. What does he say? You can weather the weather, whether you think I'm clever or not. Don't need a sweater. I'm hot. Like he just like does shit like that, and it's like, oh, okay. I don't know if that counts. All I know is Jack Harlow. Don't get me started. Oh, got you playing with your cell phone camera. You my bae just like Tampa. Speaking of bucks, I got those. And as for fucks, well, not those. And as for thoughts, well, do you really want to know? I thought so. I fly it from Korea to Kentucky, and you ain't got to guarantee me nothing. I just want to see if I get lucky. I just want to meet you in the physical and see if you would touch me. Oh, God. He's so funny. He's like, some of the lyrics that he has. He said, I done put these shrooms to good use. I done put my city on my back and the world know my name. I'm the truth. It's like, it's just like, I don't know why it makes me laugh. But yeah, he's all right. He's a bit of all right. I quite like Jungkook. I don't know if that's the right way to say his name. I like his song, obviously 3D, which is what I just rapped from, and 7, which is a very like kind of sexy sexual song, and I didn't recognize his game. I didn't realize he was like that. Yeah, Jack Harlow is pretty good with the vocab. I agree. Um, Honestly, euphemisticism. It's crazy that you bring that up because I was literally singing that fucking song, from Bo's special where he says, "It's 2020, I'll be 30, I'll do another 10, 20, 30, I'll be 40 and kill myself then." It's like I also hope he doesn't kill himself. Um, he seems like he's been through it, but he's kind of come out on the other side stronger than ever. But it's so funny that you mentioned that because I was literally just singing that like, today, like fucking not that long ago. His entire special fucking blew my fucking mind. As for artists, like important artists that I think, deserve some kind of award for just their entire fucking life and what they've done, Bo's really high up there. Um, he has done some incredible shit, and I think it sometimes flies under the radar because it's all like steeped in comedy, right? When you look at what he's actually done, one of the most fucking important and influential like artists and artistic visions of our time. And I know that sounds big and like hyperbole laced, but I'm being sincere. Like I think what he did with his Inside special and even his previous specials, but especially with Inside, fucking just killed it. If you guys haven't seen his stuff, please do. You'll be doing yourself a favor. Um, he's funny, like he's very funny. But when you actually like sit with his work and like listen to his songs, you realize like holy shit, this guy's actually saying some really important stuff, and he's being so earnest. It's almost like he's just fucking ripped out his um beating heart to share with everyone, and it's amazing to see. Um, Bo Burnham is who I'm talking about right now. But yeah, it's crazy. Uh, there's this from that same song. There's this funny part where it's kind of mean. It's about him turning 30. He's like, I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. And all my stupid friends are having stupid children. My stupid friends are having stupid children. My stupid friends are having stupid children. Stupid fucking ugly boring children. And it's like, damn, he didn't pull any punches. Yeah, he's fucking incredible. Anyway, I think he'll be alright. And Channing Tatum, funnily enough, is not my new crush. Again, like, he literally looks like a toy soldier to me. Like, he's got the perfect body, perfectly sculpted face, kind of close to a buzz cut. It doesn't really do much for me. Like, he's just pure man, chiseled man. And I'm like, that's really nice and beautiful to look at. And like, what a sight. But I think I need a little bit more something else that I can't quite articulate. Like something left, like some intrigue and mystery and something else. I don't know. But yeah, like again, like he's like a beautiful painting. He's yeah, obviously very conventionally attractive, but I don't want to fuck a painting. Anyway, what was I saying? I kind of forgot. I forgot. But yeah. If Channing ain't it, you must have got worlds of options. I just think maybe my taste is a bit more eclectic than that. Like some of my past crushes have included a cartoon skeleton, so I'm not really one to talk. But yeah, I don't know. He's obviously good looking, and I would never even attempt to deny that. But in terms of what personally gets me going, it's something else. Something else. Matthew McConaughey, something special. It's that cowboy charm. But yeah, if we start talking about that, I'm gonna completely lose my fucking train of thought. So let me do a website plug and get my mind back out of the gutter. Um, this is my website, guys. Anyone can visit it and look at the poems for free. But if you're looking maybe to spice up your life with some poetry stuff, I also have a merch store um, with all kinds of cool stuff. There's magnets, postcards, posters, all handmade, stickers. Um, my mum, my auntie, and I make everything at my mum's house. And, you know, a lot of love goes into each and every piece. Is apathic tea not in stock? That's crazy. And also, I freaking hate how dirty my mum did me with this picture. Um, it's out of stock? Oh, I'll have to tell my mum. Yeah, so I can't, I'm like, Mom, she was like wanting me to take a picture, and then I just stood I can't look at this for too long. I just stood there like I wasn't even ready, and she just went. I was like, "What? It's over." Okay. Anyway, I'll get that sorted for you. Um, yeah, this is like a little passion project of ours, and we hope you like it. We're trying every day to get stuff on here that will bring a smile to your face. Yeah, Aussie, not British. Crazy, right? Um, and yeah, uploading things semi-regularly, not totally regularly, but hoping that if you don't see anything you like currently, maybe you will in the future. Um, the apparel is probably one of my favorites. It's summer here now, so I'm not wearing jackets and hoodies, but in the winter, I love my Emmy sweatshirt. It's like super comfortable, super soft, and I feel a little bit like weird wearing my own name on my chest. But you know, it's avant-garde. That's what I tell myself at least. So yeah, a poetic shop was what my mum wanted to call it, and thus a poetic shop was born. And also with every order, we're giving out like new, like 3D printed stuff as we're continuing to like print stuff. My mum made this recently. It's a keychain that says Emily. It's flipped, but just imagine that it wasn't. And it's like kind of flexible too. So you can like make custom name ones as well, but we're gonna have to put that onto the website. Yeah, the font is cute, right? Yeah. Ding. As for what system runs the shop, I have to ask my mom, but I've found that we've been having like issues with the shipping because we do ship worldwide, but for some reason it's been putting ridiculously high prices on the shipping. Like we had an order recently that was international, and it was like meant, and it said like $70. I was like, no, that can't be right. And so what we've been doing is like actually getting the correct shipping and then refunding the difference. But obviously that's not the right way to go about it. You don't want that to even happen in the first place. So as of yesterday, actually, I was texting my mom being like, okay, why is this happening? And so, yeah, always feel free to like DM me or like leave a message in the server if you guys would like to make an order. But it seems like, why is the shipping like ridiculously high, especially if it's like one of the postcards? So yeah, it's really weird. It seems like it's a system glitch or something. But we should be able to fix it hopefully in the next week. So yeah, not to worry. So any price is worth it. Honestly, I want to do right by you guys, so shipping should definitely not be $70 unless it's like something that's really heavy or like there's a lot of it. It should at most, like if we're going international, depending on what you get, be like $20-$30. For the postcards and stuff, it should be like $3. But yeah, it's really weird. Anyway, eBay sends me laptop suggestions. $30 secondhand unit, $50 shopping, $150 shipping. Yeah, weird, right? Anyway, it's all part of the experience. So we're trying to like get it in tip-top shape for you guys because yeah, I want it to be affordable. Because the products themselves already are a little bit premium because we make everything ourselves, etc. So, yeah, well, I'll keep you updated. Uh, as for music that goes harder than Duran Duran, ooh, like rave music, oh, my auntie. It's very funny because, like, she's nearly 60 actually, so she's she's kind of had a crazy life and done all the clubbing and partying that one would ever dream of. She's got so many great picks for like those more upbeat hype songs. I think, oh God, there's one that she really loves. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a club remix of a song. Silence, I think it's called. It's like the club remix of Silence, and it goes for like 13 minutes or something. In the silence, something like that. um, so that would be one of my suggestions if you can find it. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. The DJ, she really likes DJ Tiesto. Um, she also really likes Swedish House Mafia, and she really likes The Weeknd. So she's got good taste. But yeah, professional 90s skier. Honestly, she's done some crazy shit, really crazy shit. Um, has there ever been a song with a story that was enough to traumatize you? Uh, it depends how you define traumatize. Like I've listened to songs that are so emotionally moving that like I've cried or like felt different after. But nothing that like shocked me or disgusted me, if that makes sense. If that's how you're using that word. Uh, and Travel Might, thank you for the suggestion. We actually just might do that because yeah, it's ridiculous and it's very off-putting from a customer's point of view. It's off-putting from my point of view. If like you're trying to buy something for like $20 and the shipping is like $70, you're like, what the hell? Um, I'll talk to my mom about it tomorrow. I think I'll go over and we'll brainstorm. Uh, yeah, I haven't heard a song that was so messed up that it shocked me. I don't really have I listened to a messed up song before? Not really. At least not in my recent memory. Uh, mm. Is that like a thing? Like, is that a thing? Tell me more. Yeah, Sea Locket is there one for you. Um, yeah, I can't think of any. I just listened to one. It's called Dance with the Devil. Oh shit, by Immortal Technique. Is this like how bad are we talking? How traumatizing are we talking? Um, yeah, on your own time, for real, for real. All right, bet. If art doesn't change you, what's it for? That's a great line. Honestly, I agree. And the change doesn't even have to be that crazy or like profound. It could just be like elevating your mood or like making you think about something in a new way, or distracting you from the kind of man-made horrors not beyond our comprehension. Uh, like a story that changed someone's life type beat. Yeah, okay. Hopefully, yeah, changing one's life for the better. But I'm not sure about that song. Maybe not. Oh gosh. I'm trying for the first time an Australian soup instead of Heinz or Campbell's. Ooh, let us know how it tastes. Um, Heinz. Whenever I think of Campbell's, I think of Andy Warhol, and then I think of Marilyn, and I think of Elvis. Honestly, all roads lead to Elvis in my mind. Oh God. Yeah, art in general, asking what do you represent is a very funny idea. I love showing you guys that comic. It's great. Um, but yeah, goodness gracious me. Um, fuck. Magic Mike, guys. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Why are there like hot people out there in the world? That's what I don't get. Like people that are damn fine, you know? It was an interesting watch. Um I don't get why hot people exist, to be honest. It's like it makes me mad. The fact that Matthew McConaughey exists and like I don't know, it twists me up inside. Um, the unobtainables, exactly. Yes, that's a fantastic word. And like, just like, how dare you? You know, like, how dare you exist looking like that? It just seems so like, oh my god, so something. But yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Lindsay Lohan is beautiful. She's had a really like really nice kind of comeback story after being a little bit lost for a while. Um, yeah, how dare you exist looking so freaking fine? It's just like it just feels like oh my god, I can't even look at you, you know. Um, but yeah, I can exist quite normally actually. Honestly, if I saw Matthew McConaughey in real life, I think it would be like looking at the sun. Like I'd be like, I can't, I can't actually like look directly at him. And yeah, it's just like it's crazy. Um, including his wife as well, actually. Um, but yeah, you know, somehow we persevere. Somehow we persevere, guys. Like it was hard enough for me to watch the movie and not like just completely melt into a puddle. Um, especially yeah, some of the outfits. Oh my god. Like the short shorts were really shorting, if you know what I mean. Um, what doesn't kill you makes you harder, dot dot dot, or stronger. Yeah, for real. Oh god, man, it's crazy. Actually crazy. Yeah, of course, this is a very like shallow perspective on like appearances. I mean, there is obviously a lot more to attraction than just how someone looks. But in terms of like someone's physical self, and Matthew's got it pretty good, in my opinion. Um, yeah, harder is wild. I agree. Oh gosh. They say a way to a man's heart is through his stomach. For Emily, it's Elvis Presley, Matthew McConaughey, or House. That's real. It's like a strange, eclectic mix, isn't it? Um, honestly, I think the way to my heart is through like a kind of playfulness and cleverness, but not necessarily cleverness in terms of book smarts. I mean cleverness in terms of like the way that you engage with like the world or concepts or things like that. Um, yeah, it's like, you know, how you're willing to like be open and etc etc. Um, oh gosh. Look up the personality and perceived attractiveness chart. Turns out it was very tied together. That's interesting. In what way? Like, uh, certain personalities go with certain appearances? That's very interesting. Um, as for Matthew's age, he's only 55. I don't know if that's old. Like I was saying last stream, it doesn't really, like, it's not really a barrier for me, to be honest. I mean, might even sweeten the deal. I don't know. Um, stop. Okay. Um, attraction should be common sense. That's very funny. I don't know if it ever is. Um, but yeah, biologically speaking, I found that it's often, sometimes at least for me, the opposite. It's just like, I don't know why, but I have these feelings now, and I guess I guess I have to live like this, you know? Um, and so, yeah, for me, it's usually a mix of things that go into what makes someone interesting. Um, but of course, I'm not blind, and so when I see, you know, very handsome or beautiful person. I'm just like, damn, save some good lookingness for the rest of us, please. Um, and so yeah, I mean, of course, it probably helps if you're rich and famous. You get access to resources and a relaxed lifestyle. Yeah, it's like, it's a kind of thing where if you guys have ever seen that meme, it's like you're not ugly, you're just poor. You know what I mean? Most people, when they reach a certain level of financial security, they've got all the basics covered. They've got a house, a car, they've got enough like savings, etc. The only like the next thing to really look into and invest in is like, one's appearance essentially. And so what if you're both poor and ugly? That's crazy. No, it's like it's the kind of thing where we should be wary not to compare ourselves with too much scrutiny, because these people, the richer they are, they live in totally different echelons to us. They live lives that would most likely be incomprehensible to us. Not just, because they're like making movies or whatever, like in the case of actors, etc. Literally just like the privileges that they're afforded, or like the way their day is structured is just so fundamentally like atomically different to like you or I, for example. That includes some of the biggest streamers, even though they seem like one of us and like they're very down to earth. Again, their lives just do not look like ours do. You saw the Zuckerberg glow up after he got filthy rich. Yeah, it's real. And it actually, without fail, like once you hit a certain level of wealth, that's what happens. And so, yeah, that's worth remembering, because sometimes, even like I do this all the time, we fall into this habit of comparing our talents or perceived talents or appearances or whatever to these people who don't have the same responsibilities or worries that we have, and it's not fair. And yeah, it's like it's worth remembering, because we can easily make ourselves crazy by being like, oh, why don't I look like this, or why don't I have this much discipline, or like, why don't I have this as much money? But yeah, worth remembering indeed, I think. And I also do think that everyone is attractive to someone. And you can also be like a person that you can be attracted to, if that makes sense. Like be the person, be an attractive person by your own metric. Like if you're attracted to kind, funny people, try to embody those traits in whatever way you can. Try and be kind, try and be funny. Yeah, love yourself type beat. And you'll find that like attracts like more often than not. Yeah, become your own crush. That's so real. Because like you don't have to wait around to find that perfect person. You can become your perfect person. And in saying that, I realize that's fraught with like, meaning, as in, okay, let me rephrase. I don't mean trying to attain perfection as like the end goal. I mean, try to embody the things that you admire in others and see where that goes. And, it's like a helpful practice for me, at least. In pursuit of imperfection. Yeah, that's honestly probably a better way to say it. Because perfection is not achievable, but imperfection certainly is. And I think it should be revered in the same kind of way. Comparing is so fun when you're the winning one. Yeah, I imagine it is. But the thing is, like, it's that kind of hedonistic treadmill, right? Because it's always going to be someone richer than you, smarter than you, funnier than you, more good looking, by whatever standards you want to set. And so it will feel like, if you let that be what guides you, you'll never feel satisfied, I do think there is some level of healthy competition, though, that wouldn't go astray. Because otherwise, you'd have no motivation to do anything, right? Like, you need to have a drive. So where does that drive come from? I don't know. You have to find it for yourself, I guess. Um, richer than unless you're Elon. True, true, true. Um, yeah. As for the hedonistic treadmill, I think that's a term that I read a while ago. When it comes to like desiring more and more, but never being satisfied. Um, we do have instincts to strive for things. I think that's a healthy instinct. Um, but so too is like being grateful for what you currently have, you know? Without gratitude, I don't think we're much of anything. At least that's how I feel about myself, you know? Um, Gratitude is one of the most important things in my life. And I don't think I'd be the same person without it. Um, yeah, without gratitude, we're nothing. That's my opinion, at least. Um, as for the emoji, I used to do it a lot, but I thought it was perfect for this stream. It's like the flushed face, slightly embarrassed emoji was exactly how I was feeling after finishing that movie. So, yeah, there we go. A star was born. Oh gosh. Um, Emmy, using emojis is so cute. Is it because like you don't expect it from a boomy like me? That's so funny. Oh god. I like my old school emojis, like the colon dash parentheses. That's so funny. I know it just looks cuter to me because a lot of the time the emojis look different depending on what device you're on, but the purely like keyboard ones always look the same. And I appreciate that consistency. Um, but yeah. Anyway, what was I talking about? Magic Mike, shirtless men, sweaty, shirtless, chiseled men. How would I make the blushing emoji in the old school way? There is actually a way to do it. It's not perfect, but you can do something like this. Did that work? Or did that just disappear into the ether? What the fuck? That's so weird. Let me show you properly. I was trying to type, but it didn't work. That's how I used to do it on like the MSN days. Is it Magic Mike like a male gay version of Pitch Perfect? Honestly, it kind of is, but with dancing instead of singing. Oh god. If you want it, let's do it. Riding my pony, my saddle is waiting. Come and jump on it. Sorry. Oh shit. That's literally me, guys. That's literally me. Suggested Emmy do a backflip contest right now. Guys, if I could do a backflip, I'd do one every single stream. Unfortunately, I'm quite backflip adverse. Oh god. It's like a male version of the movie Striptease. Lots of titillation, not much plot. That's right. I haven't seen Striptease, but just by the title, that seems legit. That's funny. Oh god. Yeah. And apparently, from the clip that we watched on stream of the Magic Mike movie, there's a Louis C.K. bit about it. Well, I haven't seen that. I can only imagine what Louis C.K. had to say about the movie. Oh, that's so cutesy, Locket. He's like going like that. Oh, you have to have letters before. That's weird. We kind of like hacked into the system somehow. But yeah, I prefer those because I don't know, they seem cuter to me. If you've seen how the emojis look different across different phones and devices, it can be very varied. So, also I like smiley faces with a nose. They look really cute to me. Anyway, that's totally besides the point. Oh, good lord. I was thinking actually, for the near future, I'd like to have another guest on stream. One of my cousins, I was talking to you guys about him. I think he'd be perfect for it. He's a very insightful person, my older cousin, and very easy to get along with, very easy to like. I'm sure you guys would love him. So, yeah, I might organize that for maybe a week or two from now, and you guys will have to behave. He's not done anything like this before, so yeah, I'll have to ease him into it. He's very into fashion, and yeah, he's like, you know, he's had a lot of interesting life experiences. So, um, get excited. Fashion stream, maybe. He's like one of the most fashionable people I've ever met. So maybe next week we'll see. Um, cause yeah, every time I have a guest on stream, I just remember how much I like it. And having my sister on stream last time was so much fun. Um, Even though I was being covered in yellow paint and blue feathers. Yeah, bring the snacks, bring everything. Oh my gosh, guys, recently I've been trying to like behave, eat clean and all that stuff, and I've been just dying for some chocolate. Like seriously, I would do some pretty terrible things for some chocolate right now. I'm not kidding. Um, so yeah, don't even get me started. You know, yeah, bring the snacks, and maybe I can just like live vicariously through you guys. Um, but yeah, goodness gracious, mercy. Um, as for the real thing, do you mean like Magic Mike real thing? I've never been to a strip club. I've always wanted to go, weirdly. I've been to like a kind of burlesque show, but that was more like artistic than anything else. Um, and I don't think they don't have like male strip clubs here where I live. At least I don't think so. Um, yeah, I'd like to go just for like just to see what it's like, you know. Um, and hopefully not just die of like, flusteredness or embarrassment. Um, yeah, because, it seems like a very interesting, kind of unique experience. Uh, not the chips in the Dale. Honestly, I don't even think they do that here, which is a shame. Um, the Mail Is It review show are on RSL clubs. Oh wow, interesting. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm definitely not opposed. But the thing is, like, I just want Matthew. Like, if he's not there, then what's the point? You know what I mean? I need my cowboy. Um, but yeah, it seems like an interesting experience to say the least. Come with a bunch of like what is it? We don't have $1 notes here, so we have $1 coins. You can't really make it rain with like a bunch of like pennies. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. Why don't you come on over, Matthew? Matthew. It doesn't work. Valerie. There's still the A sound. Valerie. Oh my god, my voice is horrible tonight. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? Hmm. It's painful. I hope you didn't pay that fine. But you were dodging all the time. No need to ask, he's a smooth operator. Okay, that was alright. Shit. Yeah, no, I'd have to like work on my vocal chops if I want to seduce Matthew. Just with that line. Um, that's crazy. Um, yeah. Guys, let's do the fucking male strip club fund. Who's in? um, how much do people usually spend at strip clubs? I guess it depends, of course, what you're ordering. Like just for the dances and like the general stuff. Yeah, I can't even stream it exactly. Calm little 100,000. You know how it is. Oh gosh. Yeah, the stories. I know. Um, like half a grand. Is that too much? Um, yeah. I would actually genuinely do it. The shows are about 60 to 80. I'm checking out what's on. Oh god. Just for a show. 500 I guess about right. Yeah, I guess that depends maybe if you get like a private dance or like some of the extras. Um that's crazy. That's crazy. In the Austin Butler voice, that's crazy. Um fuck. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Hmm. No special services for me. Oh god. From Matthew? Hmm. Lasso me up type beat. But yeah, my sweet tooth recently has been arcing TF up, like just wanting something, anything sweet. I have cordial here. I've just been like occasionally having some to take the edge off. Um, it kind of works, but it's actually kind of shit because, like, there's no substitute. Uh, when you actually want something, nothing compares to the actual thing. And so, my New Year's resolution this year was to not have any more Krispy Kreme donuts. And I've been holding strong. I've not broken it. I'm not going to break it. But geez, it's been it's been eating away at me, quite literally. And yeah, sometimes you just need the real thing. You're the real thing, even better than the real thing. That's wow, that's you too. I don't usually go there. Um, like I love slash I guess loved now past tense Krispy Kreme donuts like real bad. And what's a bootleg Krispy Kreme donut? I'm not sure. I can still eat other donuts, but the thing is I haven't because I don't want them. Like the only donuts I actually want usually are the Krispy Kreme ones. And I used to like yeah, I used to drive to the store and like with friends or whatever and try the like what's it called like this new special like themed ones like they'd have ones for Christmas or like Valentine's Day, and now it's all over. Yeah, please have one in my name. That would actually make me feel better, genuinely. um and I'm trying to get more like trying to eat more clean. So the rule for me at least is like that I just don't have snacks in the house because if they are then I'll eat them, right? I'll have no self-control. Um, so right now, literally, my house has nothing but fucking fruits and vegetables and tuna, eggs. Like, who am I? You know what I mean? I like, it's crazy. So yeah, my my diet has changed. Yes. I didn't even fully tell you guys about this, but like, I got some results back recently about my health that I was like, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to like do something about this essentially. um because yeah, it's a kind of thing that is not really curable per se but is manageable. And so yeah, I'm okay. It's not like terminal illness or anything like that. um but just like yeah, been going through it, you know what I mean? um Kind of like, how would I best describe it? Besides the thalassemia, which is like kind of chronic anemia, it's like mm, kind of like uh, hormonal issues that lead to a whole host of just like what's the word, symptoms essentially, and the ways to kind of go about managing it are less than ideal as well. Um, because yeah, I'm quite sensitive, like we've been talking about. I don't like needing to like take, like hormonal fixes if I don't have to. Um, but my doctor's been like kind of encouraging me to do so because it seems like the best course of action. Like being frank with you guys, like I've tried like hormonal birth control in the past, just purely for like the non-birth control benefits, and I felt fucking insane. Like I wanted to kill something or myself, and obviously I don't want to feel like that again. Um, so yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, shit, what now, essentially. Um, but you know, we'll see, we'll see. Um, I feel like yeah, right now we're gonna start small, little dietary changes, and see how much that helps. But yeah, it's definitely not good, and I'm learning the majority of like my family members, like my female family members, have also been through similar things. Um, so that's fantastic. Um, but yeah, you know, you guys don't have to worry about that. Um, if anything, take what I'm saying as a reminder to go do the blood work, you know, do your annual checkup, and if possible, because I know it's hard, see if you can advocate for yourself. Because a lot of the times the doctors will just say, oh, you don't, like, we don't need to check that, it's fine, or like, these levels are within the normal range. But don't take that as a good enough answer. Make sure that you show it for yourself, because, you know, if you don't, like, no one else will. You have to have your own back. Um, and so, yeah, there's a silver lining, and that is that you guys can take what I'm saying now and hopefully apply it to your lives for the better. Yeah, do the thing. Eat the frog first type beat. Goodness. And there's actually a Magic Mike thing. Magic Men. That's crazy. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna have to look that up literally after this stream. Maybe I'll go. Who knows? Um, I wonder if they might have a cowboy like character. I have to go with some of my girlfriends. Maybe Von, who you guys met, and a few others that you've yet to meet, but hopefully one day we'll still meet. Yeah, maybe is a strong word. I know, right? Um, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Imagine if you could stream from a strip club. That would be so weird. Vaughn does not know about my cowboy fetish. Honestly, I didn't know about my cowboy fetish until just recently. Um, it snuck up on me until I was like, well, hang just a damn minute. Hang on just a damn minute. Uh, and I could talk in this like southern accent all day, and I don't know if it passes, but I have lots of fun. I'm mighty fun doing it, and I feel like I channel a little bit of Elvis Presley. It's kind of like, you know, sometimes around the house I just like be talking to myself like in that kind of way. Like, well, golly gee, isn't this just peachy? And seriously, I'm not joshing you. I will walk around talking like this until I kind of start forgetting what my own voice actually normally sounds like. And yeah, it's I think the southern accent is kind of sexy. Uh, Elvis had a very sweet way of talking where he kind of like he thought very carefully about what he was saying, and he called people sir and ma'am, and he was very polite and respectful, and I think that's also very sexy. Yeah, I gotta practice for Graceland. And then get back to my own voice. I'm like, what the fuck? I want a refund. Um, but yeah, I think it's funny because I'm typically not great at accents, but maybe I've just been listening to the southern accent for so long that it's like I can step into those shoes a little bit. Um, but yeah, like I can't fucking do any other accent. Like, Elvis, is that you? He kind of talks a little bit like he's daydreaming, or like when he's talking to someone specifically, like I'm talking to you now. It's almost like he's imagining getting into bed with you, and it's very sweet. And he says, "Well, no, sir, I just I want to thank all my fans because you know they've been supporting me, and when they show their love to me, I can tell that it's sincere. And so, Southern Sherry. I've just been listening to Elvis so much. That's like, you know, second nature. It's polite, isn't it? Oh gosh. But yeah, the Shea Queen. Wait, what was the Shea Queen accent? I can't remember the Shea Queen accent. It's like, oh, the French make love to me. Oh my god. That literally just fucking Jimmy Neutron memory jumped in my mind. Mademoiselle. God. Oh my god. That's crazy. The Siri accent. In 500 meters, turn right. Uh, there's something about Siri that seems so unsexy. It's like so stock standard. It's like go girl, give us nothing. Um, yeah, I'm not great at accents, but for some reason that southern one it just comes out real easy. Um, real easy, real smooth, like I uh, I could honestly, I could do an entire stream just talking like this and hoping that if someone comes in, they think this is my real voice. Like, yes, I'm from Louisiana, um, and like I live in the United States of America. Um, a full stream. I don't know, seeing how long I can do it before I break. Um, that's so funny. Yeah, I don't know if you guys would get sick of it though, but I seriously sometimes I just like walk around the house and I talk like that, because it's fun. And yeah, when Elvis spoke, he had a very polite, um, like manner to him. Even like later on in his life, he was like a little bit fucked up on drugs and all that. He retained, I think, that mild mannered tone. Um, but yeah, I don't think I could do a black scent. That might just be career suicide, and it wouldn't even be good. I think if you're gonna go like in that direction, at least be good at what you do. And I don't think I'd do a good job. Oh gosh. But yeah, see, look, it is true. Sometimes listening to someone for so long, I'll start to accidentally copy their accent. Um, with someone like Elvis, watching his movies, listening to his music, and like watching his interviews. Sometimes, yes, I find myself just starting to talk like that and feel like, oh, I kind of like it. I feel like I'm out in the farm. Um, the British black accent. Is that a thing? I can try to do the British voice, but I feel like I can't quite capture it in the way that I would like to. And honestly, some people say I sound British already, so it's like it's not too far from my actual voice. Um, my actual voice is basically this, but like less enthusiastic almost. Oh shit. Um, yeah, sometimes if I'm using like, how you can like dictate to a computer or your phone if you're trying to write but you can't be bothered typing, um, it's really bad at picking up Australian accents. So I'll try and talk in like an American accent, like, she walked down the hall and she grabbed a bottle of water instead of being like a bottle of water, because they literally won't know what the fuck you're saying. You have to be like a bottle of water. you know and so it's like, well, whatever gets the job done. So yeah, I'm no stranger to that, but it gets exhausting. Like my tongue feels so sore afterwards, because Australian English is probably one of the laziest Englishes there is. Like your tongue barely moves when you talk, but then with like American English, it's just like your tongue is moving so much. Like, you know what I mean? And with British English, it's a little bit more like involved as well. And so yeah, it's like, oh god, I get back to my normal speaking voice. I'm like, okay, I can relax. No mewing, yeah, not when I'm talking like that. But yeah, it's weird. I think I can see why the Australian accent is one of the hardest to replicate for like international friends, because like you kind of have to unlearn how to talk. You know what I mean? Like you kind of have to just let the words kind of fall out of your mouth. You know what I mean? Um, Yeah, that was true. There's a lot of different American dialects and accents, so I'm sure some of them are lazier than others. Yeah, it's a little bit drunk. That's true. Um, like with the southern accent, it's kind of similar actually. You can uh, when I'm speaking like this, my tongue feels a little bit smaller, but it's like nimble. So it's like quick. Um, but it's very pleasing to my ears, and when you kind of you're dropping those G's and stuff, pleasing instead of pleasing, it's like you're conserving energy, and that can be maybe a bit lazy, but in a good way. Um, and it's like sometimes you over enunciate certain words, um, because like you want to specify. You really want to specify certain points that you're trying to make, and then other times you just kind of let the whole sentence flow out in one long, windy road. That's how I think of it. Um, there, yeah, some people say they like the Australian accent. I can't hear it for myself, but I appreciate it. Um, so yeah, if only I could be the female Elvis with none of the controversy and just all the sex appeal. Wouldn't that be nice? Um, it's weird to say, but if I could like compare a modern like contemporary artist to Elvis, it might be like Billie Eilish. Weirdly enough, I think she has reached that level of super mega stardom, especially so early on in her career. I absolutely think she's got longevity, and unless she does something to, sour public opinion, which I doubt will happen, um, her like kind of fame and the way that people worship her will only increase. But yeah, maybe even Emmy Cherry. We'll see. Clownvis. Wait, why is that familiar? Were we talking about Clownvis? Um, and yes, yeah, the fact that Matthew McConaughey has that same accent, I think maybe that's why I like him so much. I don't know. Like, what came first, chicken or the egg? Um, like, is it the accent or the fact that he's ridiculously good looking, or it's like probably a mix of everything. Um, oh, the Clownvis, yeah, that was so that was pretty good actually. I'm not gonna lie, it was weird but good. Um, yeah, I just have a thing for that southern drawl. It's like, why does it sound like they're trying to seduce you with every line that they're saying, even if it's so innocuous? Like, oh, I went down to the store yesterday and I got myself a carton of eggs, and it's like, did you really? Why does this sound like a pickup line? It's like, uh, then, the craziest thing happened. I saw that the spinach was on sale. It's like, is that a euphemism, or like, is that like real, or anyway? Don't put me in a room with Matthew McConaughey. Anyway. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh god. Stop with the sexy southern accent. It's sexy, right? Like, it's not me, it's the accent itself. And so guys, if you ever want to like, just, you know, practice your sex appeal in front of a mirror, try it, see what happens. It's taking over. One day, mark my words, we'll do a full stream with it. If I can manage it. I think I need to get better at it first, because it's pretty good right now, but it could be more authentic. So I have to just, oh, pity me, I'll just have to listen to more of Elvis and Matthew. Ugh, what can I say? But yeah, that's funny. Oh gosh, such a pity, right? Woe is me type beat. Um, and I did see some of the Wicked press tour, not the whole thing. I saw the memes about how they were very emotional. I saw the movie, the Wicked movie, and I quite liked it. I thought the singing was very good. And what did I describe it as? In one word or less, I think I described the film as marvelous. Pretty sure. And it was like otherworldly. You could really see the effort that went into it and stuff, and I think the acting was good. I could agree with some of the people that said the color grading was maybe a little bit weird at times. It seemed a little bit overexposed at times, but hey, I'm not like a fucking film producer, so who am I to say? But yeah, I get excited by New York accents. It's so funny you say that because I also really love, I know this is not exactly the same, but like the Bostonian accent, German's accent essentially is so sexy to me. Like, I can't do it. There's a spider on my shoulder. Like, I fucking love whatever that is. It's so sexy. Um, the way he talks, it's like, it's bombastic. It feels so playful and light and bouncy. And that, honestly, that kind of sums him up. But, like, yeah, I think in general, I just really like accents. And, yeah, the spider on my shoulder. It's like the Boston accent. It's very much Scout TF2. And yeah, Fran Drescher from The Nanny is such an icon, both in looks and voice, of course. Um, I love The Nanny. Like, whenever it came on the TV, I would just like be transfixed. Uh, and so yeah, I quite like most accents, I would say. Uh, do you think that blowing up and becoming mainstream caused them to somehow lose a bit of their accents? Well, in the case of Germa, I really don't know. I think sometimes the more speaking that you do, and the more you're around, like, you know, a worldly audience, you start to like, your accent starts to get sanded down the edges. Um, I don't know why, but I think that's maybe what happened with him. And so, yeah, I feel like it just tends to happen naturally. Um, but some people even do it on purpose to be kind of more widely received or like widely liked. Um, Personally, I think it's a bit of a shame when you see some of Germa's early work. His accent is very strong, and it's like, no, there's a spider on my shoulder, and now it only comes out when he's like, I don't know, highly like emotive type beat, and yeah, I think it's quite cute. Um, but yeah, for me, I had that experience of my accent being sounded down the edges when I was a lot younger. So now I think this is kind of more or less what I've got for the rest of my life, which is okay, I suppose. Um, it's funny though because I think depending on the words that you use, it can almost lend itself to different accents. Like when I say words like quite and rather, it sounds very British, doesn't it? But I think it's the word doing that. Um, like I could say, oh, I'm quite fond of you, right? And those words seem like British words, you know what I mean? But like anyone can say them, but for some reason it'll make you sound British. Or I could say like, yeah, I'm going down to the bottle-o. It sounds Aussie. But yeah, very British. I'm quite fond of you. Um, a bottle of water, of course, you can say bottle of water, and no matter what you do, you'll sound British. Or with American, like if you say, oh, that's gnarly, like that's radical. Like for some reason, those words sound American to me. I don't know why. That's so radical, man. And I don't even have to put on the accent for it to sound American. Like, oh man, I really love your new car, man. That's gnarly. That's rad, bro. Yeah, it sounds American. It's like, what? Or like, what else? I think we're kind of cooking here. Oh gosh, don't tell me my fly friend is back. Yeah, kind of Californian. That's right. Let's see. Fuck. I honestly can't think of any more. Do the rich girl LA Starbucks everyday accent? Oh yeah. Like guys, oh my god. Okay, wait. There's a specific TikTok accent as well. What the fuck? What the fuck? Can you guys see this shit? He's like too quick for me to fucking grab. Yeah, it's like that vocal fry. It's like I need to get my Starbucks order. Otherwise, I'm gonna be so grumpy. I weirdly enough, sometimes I do have a vocal fry, but when I'm trying to do it, it doesn't come out. It's like, oh my god, that kind of Kim Kardashian. Like, I can't be bothered with what I'm saying right now. It's like so weird. It's definitely a thing. There's definitely a TikTok accent where people are like, Guys, you will not believe what I got in my haul today. And then, yeah, people just show you like the many items that they've purchased from TikTok shop. Anyway, that's very funny. Yeah, lit is another somehow sounding American word. Uh, yeah. And for the southern accent, like mighty fine, well, that's just mighty fine, or like that's peachy. That's just peachy. Like even if I don't put on the accent, to me it sounds like it's got that southern influence. Um, but yeah. Oh my god, they got my name wrong, and it was 2 minutes too late. Oh gosh. And to a first time chatter, you're gonna have to catch me a bit earlier than that to trick me. Welcome in nonetheless. Um, it's everyday bro, got that Disney Channel flow. Don't even go there. England is my city type beat. Um, yeah, like that's just mighty fine. You know, I think if I had to choose an accent, if before I was born, they gave me a list of options and I got to pick my very own accent, I would pick the southern accent. It just sounds like sweet music to my ears and just easy mode seduction, in my opinion. Oh gosh. So, yeah. Unfortunately, you get what you get. So, I got this hybrid. It's not bad, the hybrid. It could be fucking worse, mate. It could really be fucking worse. Imagine if I started stream every fucking day, like, hey guys, how's it going? Today we're gonna be talking about fucking poetry, mate. No one would tune in for that. Literally no one would tune in for that. Like, no one would be able to understand what I was saying. I'd be like, come again? Like, what can't you understand, mate? Fucking pay attention. Sorry. Oh, shit. Cody, tune in, that's great. It's impressive. The Serenaded Swan, welcome in. Yeah, it's like, it's a bit much, to say the least. So shit could be worse, I suppose. Suppose is like a British word to me as well. I don't know why. It's like, yeah, it's just a word, but for some reason to me, it sounds like a British person is saying it. Oh gosh. Is this an all-time high or an all-time low? I actually don't know. I think you guys will have to decide that. You guys will have to decide that. Oh, mercy me. Good lord. Yeah, that's like American. I say good lord. I kind of picked it up from Elvis, actually. I'm not religious, but it's fun to say. Like, good lord, you know what I mean? Lord have mercy kind of thing. Goodness gracious. It's funny. I'll ever welcome in. Just another great stream, you know how it is. Oh god. The Aussie accent doesn't even sound fucking real. It's like, but people genuinely talk like that here, depending on where you're at. If you head more out into the country, I swear to god, people actually sound like that. Like, oh, how's it going, mate? Yeah, have you had a good day today, mate? It's like, yeah, I've had a great day. That's fucking fantastic, mate. Now you go and have yourself a fantastic fucking day, mate. And it's like, you know, it's actually real. There's even people like I know, you know, Azza. He has a very strong accent and it's not at all put on. Like, that's generally how he talks. It's quite endearing, actually. Yeah, it's Bogan, which is like the Australian equivalent of like a redneck. You think they're Australian cowboys? Ooh. I hope so. I do hope so. Yeah, you wanker. It's funny because Australian people do say wanker, but for some reason it sounds so British to me. So I associate it with like a British guy. You're like, ah, oh, you bloody wanker, you know? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's quite funny. We also use the C word here, which personally, it doesn't offend me to hear. It's just a word after all. But I don't like saying it for some reason. It's like how some people don't like the word moist. That's how I feel about the C word. See you next Tuesday type beat. The most Australian word I can think of. There's a lot. I like the word bludger. So a bludger is someone that like chucks a sickie off work. When you chuck a sickie, it's when you call up and say that you're sick even though you're not. Um, because you want to just skip or wag. And so if you say, "Oh, you bloody bludger, mate," it means like, you're skipping work or you're skipping school to just like relax or like go out and have fun. But yeah, that's the one that first comes to mind. But there are so many. There's like a million different Aussie slang phrases that are quite funny and very creative too. Like there's a lot of what's the word? Like talent slash skill or something that goes into it. Yes, I've been a bludger before. Some might even describe me currently as being a bludger because I don't really have a proper job, do I? I'm bludgeon all day long. Um, so yeah, I've also wagged from school before. I've less often have wagged from work because I needed the money, so I was like, okay, I'll just rock up. But yeah, sometimes just wag school and just go down like to the shops or go down to the beach with your friends. Like a very, you know, a formative high school experience, especially because from my high school the beach was like 10 minutes away by car or bus. Um, but yeah, yeah. As for the C word, it's just like it's not that it offends me per se. It's hard for me to get offended by just a sheer word in like what's the word like in the dictionary. Like it's got no context essentially. Um, but it's an ugly word to me, and I don't like saying ugly words. I specifically um, like formulate my sentences so I don't say ugly words, and instead I say words that feel like pretty and sweet, or like they're trying to get across the mood that I want to get across. Um, and so I have said it actually. I've even said it on stream, because I wanted to prove a point essentially. But I try not to. And even though I curse all the time. Fucking, I say the F word a lot. Um, and what else? I say shit a lot. Um, I say, mm, I say bloody hell sometimes, but not that often actually. I like Pash. That's a great one. It's like make out. But yeah, it's funny. I don't know. People use it very liberally here, as in quite easily. And so if you come to Australia, just keep that in mind. Bloody hell, mate. But yeah, I felt so weird typing that. You're like British for a hot minute there. Bloody hell, mate. Oh, crikey, that's fucking ridiculous, mate. Um, but yeah, the C word is top five. It's a very effective word. Here it means something kind of different to what most people see it as. In America, it's seen as a very bad word. It's like you call like your enemy that. But here it's like almost like interchangeable with like best friend. You can be a good, you can be a bad, you can be a badass. It's like it has a very different kind of connotation. And don't be surprised if you get called it by someone that you thought liked you. It's a term of endearment essentially. And so yeah, um, it's it's like it's a meme, but it's also true. That's funny to me because like the stereotypes sometimes are bang on, at least here. And so yeah, guys, any of our international friends, you should totally visit because it's like a very like it's a cool place to be. Um, it's a beautiful place, and I feel very blessed to live here, even though if the place currently where I live is kind of like 4 seasons in one day type beat. Actually, 5 seasons. The fifth one being just fuck you. Um, but yeah, that's funny. Yeah, maybe I don't like saying it because I know it's not well received elsewhere. That's a good point actually. But I really do think it's less polite than that and more vain. Like I love filling my life with beautiful things, whether it's physically like beautiful art on the walls or mentally. And like when I speak, to me like cunt, like that word is so like I don't know. Maybe it's like a synesthetic thing as well. It's like it feels weird in my mouth. um, but yeah, I'm not like scared of the word itself, and I think if you use it sparingly, maybe it has more of an impact. So maybe that's why too. Um, but yeah, just invoked a true smile. It feels naughty saying it like, oh, I shouldn't be doing that, you know? Um, sorry, phrasing, guys. I'm not trying to move so sus, but it's just happening. Yeah, time and a place, exactly right. Maybe it's because I know the power. Sorry, guys, I have a co-host here tonight with me. I know the power of words, so I want to make sure that I'm using them impactfully. Um, you know, I don't just say things just because, if I can help it. Yeah, sus is a great one. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to move sus, but it's just happening. But yeah. Oh gosh. Um, so yeah, I say damn actually a lot. I say goddamn. I say bloody, like bloody hell. Um, so I'm no stranger to cursing. And in fact, I don't know, for a while I thought I had a swearing kink. I like hearing other people swear, but not gratuitously, you know? Um, when it's like seems called for, essentially. Because it's like, it's naughty, you know? There's a thrill when you hear something that maybe you don't usually get to, or like it's not usually allowed. Um, and so, yeah, sus Emmy, that's true. um, Hearing people like swear out of frustration or whatever. Um, yeah, it can be quite useful actually. I agree. I think swearing has a very important function in dialogue. Um, I've also heard that if you like stub your toe, for example, and you like make an exclamation, like if you say fuck, like if you say a swear word, the pain is less than if you just yell out a random word like pancakes. You know what I mean? There's something about the saying the swear word itself that actually like helps. So yeah, to me, I always thought that was so crazy. But yeah, what's the most inappropriate place you think would be exciting to hear someone swear? Inappropriate. Maybe like, I don't know, like a teacher, but like that's kind of getting into tricky territory where it's like typically not allowed. A funeral definitely, but I don't know. It's a bit loose at a funeral. Like people are feeling big emotions, and that wouldn't surprise me as much. But if a teacher, like, oh my god, you guys remember when we had Alex on stream and he was telling you guys about our like English teacher, Mr. Good, that he was actually a freaking menace. Now, back in the day when Alex was here, we both didn't tell you guys the full story because we were unsure whether or not we could actually say the words on stream. But I'll tell you guys the actual story now. So, in our English class, we had a friend called Steven, one of the funniest motherfuckers I've ever met, right? Hilarious and very popular, kind of like, you know, one of the most well-liked people in the year level. And Steven, he was a great student as well, but he was a bit of a troublemaker. And so often he would like goof off in class, or like, you know, he would just not do his work, etc., etc. And Mr. Good literally would say the most out-of-pocket shit all the fucking time. And one time he was teaching and Steven was like in the back of the room just like messing around, not paying attention. And this was in like year 11 or 12. So we were adults, you know. And he said, and this is what we couldn't tell you back when Alex was on stream with me. He literally said, guys, I kid you not. He said, "Oh, Steven, you make me want to slip my wrists." Out loud. Oh my god. He literally said that. Holy Romeo and Juliet. How fucked up is that? Literally. And the entire class was like, what? And then he just kept going like nothing had happened. And Stephen was just like, so yeah, that's just one story about Mr. Good. Literally, there's so many. He was a weird, weird, weird guy. Yeah, you either laugh or cry at one point. How early in the semester was that? I think it was to the middle to the end. Yeah, he said that to a student. I'm not sure how he didn't get fired on the spot. And there was another thing that he did to me, and it was kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. It's not really that big of a deal, but it's just funny. Like, sometimes when we were reading from, like, the books that we were assigned, he'd get people in the class to read things out, so, like, choose specific students to read. And sometimes when he would get to me, like when he would pick me to read the actual text out loud, and by the way, I'm doing this accent because he had like kind of this vague, nebulous accent. He sounded like he was from every country at once. He picked me to read and he was like, okay, Emily, why don't you read the big, long paragraph? And I was like, okay, bet, I'll read the paragraph. Why did you put it like that, bro? That's like really sus. And from then on, like all my friends would like tease me and say, why don't you read this big long paragraph? Or like, you know, big long became like this running joke essentially. And so yeah, how suspicious, right? But I didn't even like get the brunt of his sus moves. I had another friend who literally got borderline freaking harassed. Why did you read this big long poem? I literally sorry. I literally can't. I'm dying. That's crazy. Yeah, he was a very interesting individual. One time my friend had this like rainbow, no, actually, this was my sister. My sister had this rainbow pencil case. It was like one from Smiggle where each zip was like a different color. And one time she told me that Mr. Good, because she also had Mr. Good in like a different year level, he like picked up her pencil case and like showed it to the class and like walked around the class and was like, this is okay with me. Like, you know, the pride flag. He was like, guys, this is okay. This is okay with me. Yeah, it's like, I couldn't tell, like, was he trying to be, like, supportive, performative? Like, I don't know what his intentions were, but, like, he's just a weird guy. Yeah, a special guy, a good guy, just a tad sus. And I swear, there were so many memes like that. Literally so many memes. And I'm sad that I kind of forgot a lot of them because this was now probably 2016, 2017. And like, holy shit. Aggressively supportive, yeah. This is okay with me, guys. And like, literally, he walked around the class with a pencil case. It was just so, like, honestly, yeah, that's so him. And oh yes, Cody, it's so funny that you mentioned that. I was just about to say, because back when I was in high school and even to this day, I had a diary per year. This is 2024, so this is last year's one. I have my diaries from 2015 onwards. And so I'm pretty sure I have my diary of when I was in his class. And a lot of the time I just spent doodling or like, you know, writing dirty poems, writing dirty messages to my friends. But I'm sure there's like a couple of inside jokes that I may have written down. Because yeah, I kept very dutiful records back then, and I took my diary everywhere. Like I wrote all the dates and stuff in there, and all the tests that I needed to remember. And so yeah, I'll find them maybe for the next stream because like it was funny shit. It was really funny shit, and he was like such a weird guy. I don't know if he's still teaching at my old high school, but yeah, that was like a whole thing. And Emily, why don't you read the big, long paragraph? And, like, that's literally how he said it. And I was like, what the fuck? Why? Why can't you be normal about that? Like, you could actually just be normal about that. But, yeah. definitely have some big long paragraphs to read. Oh god, it's so funny. And yeah, the Stephen one was like really wild. It's like you can't say that, sir. Like you literally can't say that. Yes, he certainly had an impact on me. That's so true. And I would like to think that he liked me. I'm not sure because obviously I loved English and I did relatively well, you know. Um, I feel like, yeah, he was hard to read sometimes. Um, Eternally big, long reading girl. It's true. Um, it's still kind of an inside joke now. I think if I brought it up to my friends, they would remember it too. Um, I went to school here in Victoria in yeah, I guess I shouldn't be more specific, but oh god, it was funny. Like it's funny when you see your teachers and they literally act like fucking TV characters, you know what I mean? I had a different teacher for maths. I did math methods, which is like the middle level of difficulty. There was like foundations, which was for people that really didn't like maths. There was methods, which is like kind of medium hard, and then specialist, which is like for the freaking really smart maths kids, right? Um, and so my math teacher, he always wore a polo to school every single day, like in a different color. And yeah, he would like call me by my last name instead of my first name. And then he would also call me by the kind of car that my dad used to drive. Like, I don't know. This isn't really doxing to say. There was a while where my dad was driving a Mercedes. My dad's he's a very big into cars, and he's been through a lot of them. You know, it's not like we were like big shot, like rich folk either. My dad, he's just like he's the kind that will bargain to get an insanely good deal, and also yeah, he chose to spend his money not on like fancy holidays or anything, but cars essentially. And so my maths teacher would call me Mercedes or Merc for short. And I don't know, like it kind of made me feel kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know. And then funnily enough, after I graduated, my sister was still in school and then she did maths methods as well. And he called her Merc as well. um but I can't remember if he called her Merc or if he called her like Merc 2 or something like that. Hey Merc, can you read this big long paragraph? I can't. And so my high school was a very interesting playground. Yeah, cut the cameras. This wasn't in regional Victoria. This was like kind of suburban, I'm very suburban, about as suburban as you can get. But yeah, I had lots of fun, and I know lots of people didn't like their high school experience, but I was fortunate enough that I got through relatively unscathed. I had a good core group of friends. I enjoyed the classes. I enjoyed the teachers. I was involved in a few extracurricular activities as well, and so I felt like I was really part of something there. Even after I graduated, I still went back to visit, like for ages and ages after, probably up until like 2 years later. I haven't been there in a very long time now. But yeah, I used to go and like I tutored for a little bit there. I would help with the English studies. They'd pay me like a very modest amount to show up like once a week. And I'd basically just say what I'm saying now to you guys, but with a more of a tighter focus on whatever they were studying at the time. And then after that, I would just go back and see some of the teachers, like my drama teacher, especially. I was and still am very, very fond of. And there was a time after I graduated that I heard that he had a heart attack and he was in the hospital. And so myself and one of my best friends at the time, and I think Alex, who you've met, we went to see him in the hospital. And it was like we were the only students that visited him, like, at all. And so it was a very special moment. When you get to see your teachers as, like, more human than anything else, that's a really special experience. Sorry, I'm just focusing on that freaking fly. Um, this was not Mr. Good. This was my drama teacher. I wish I could tell you. Like, can I tell you his name? It's not revealing, is it? His name was Mr. Rice. I'm not kidding. That's literally his name. And yeah, quite funny. He was a fantastic teacher. They're fucking way. I'm serious. And yeah, I loved drama, which is funny because I'm a very shy person, but something about the drama classes made me feel like I could maybe embody someone else for like the length of a class, you know? Um, and so, yeah, Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice. And yeah, one time he invited me and like a few of our other drama students to a show that he'd written and made, like a play. And it was really good. And I was very gratified to be invited. Um, and yeah, I don't know, it just like was nice to be thought of in that way. Um, and yeah, music teachers as well. I was in choir. Um, I don't know. I had a good time, and I know that not everyone had a good time in high school. Um, but yeah, I was very lucky, and also I had an okay time in early university. But by the time I was doing my thesis, oh, did I get him? I don't know if I just got him. Sorry. By the time I was doing my thesis, it was like the lockdowns here, and so I spent it the entire year alone in my room. I didn't get to meet my supervisor once, which is very unheard of, actually. Yeah, Emmy the bug hunter, exactly. I didn't step foot on campus for the entire year, and I essentially didn't see the sunlight for an entire year. And I hated it. I felt so disconnected from everything, even from myself. Um, and it's kind of weird because like I was actually on track to doing a PhD because you know most people when they do their honors, it's a stepping stone to something else like research or a PhD. I was on track and I got unexpectedly high marks. Um, like I was not expecting to get 90. I got 90% for my end result, and that was like, okay, well now you're gonna do your PhD, right? But I was so traumatized from that year that I was like, I can't fucking do this. Like, I need to take a break. And so that was a few years back now. I just did like odd jobs here and there. Um, and every single year, like, people would be like, oh, so you're going back to studying? And I'd be like, oh, maybe, maybe. And now it's funny because, like, I honestly, I don't think I ever will. But my brother, he's actually doing his PhD now. He's starting this year. And if he completes it, which I have no doubt that he will, he'll be the first one in our family to be a doctor of Italian studies. How crazy is that? Um, but yeah, it's like, it's so weird. It's kind of weird sometimes how life will kind of sort itself out with or without you, kind of. And so, yeah, odd jobs here and there. You know, mostly here, sometimes there. I fucking love It's Always Sunny. That wasn't even intentional, but maybe it was subconscious. But it's true. Like I worked many places, shoe store, cafe. I've told you guys about working at the sports center, which nearly ruined my life. And bits and pieces in between. Writing stuff for people. What else? Yeah, a lot of salesy positions, which I didn't really like. I don't like having to sell something that I don't believe in, which is why I have no trouble with like the poetic shop, for example. But back when I was at the shoe store, my boss would tell me to straight up just lie to customers who would ask like, "Oh, are these shoes good for XYZ?" He'd tell me like, "Just say that they are." I'd be like, "But they're not." Like, so? And like I was just like, "You little slimy little," I was just like, first of all, I don't even know if this is illegal, But in terms of how it made me feel morally, I was just like, nah, I can't lie to people. And so behind my boss's back, people would ask me stuff and it'd be like, you can get these same shoes for like 50% off just across the road. But you didn't hear that from me. And I literally tell them straight to their fucking faces. And I tried to do my best. If I didn't know something, I'd just be like, look, I'm not sure if these shoes are good for that exact thing, but I can ask for you, or we can look at ones that I actually do know more about. And so I tried to compromise where I could, because I wanted to be making money, but I wanted to do it and still be able to sleep at night, essentially. And so towards the end of that short stint, it's funny because like my boss, I don't know if I even told you guys the story before, but my boss was like saying how, oh yeah, we might keep you on after the Christmas period, because it was just meant to be for the holiday season, so like usually around 3 months. And he's like, yeah, we might actually keep you after that. So, it depends how many sales you make, essentially, if we decide to keep you on. And I was like, oh, I guess that sounds fair. I wasn't making commission or anything, but I was like, it seems fair that they would want to keep on a hard worker. But then like one time on my break, we had this tiny little cupboard in the back room. It was filled with shoes, by the way, with this tiny little one chair and one computer. And so we all had to take our breaks at different times so we didn't like overlap. The computer was always open and on, and it was like on the email section, and anyone could just like look through it. One time I was feeling a little bit naughty and a little bit cheeky, and I was like looking through the emails, and there was an email that my boss had sent to like the higher ups being like, okay, what is a good way that I can phrase that I'm like firing the new recruits, because I told them that I was going to keep them on, but like I was just saying that. Like I was just saying that so they would continue to work hard and that they wouldn't start slacking off now that their contract is nearly up. And I was like, first of all, how blatant is that? Like, cover your tracks, dog. Like, seriously, cover your tracks. It was literally right there. And so I read that and I was like, well, I guess I'm not fucking putting in a single drop of effort for the next however long it was, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. But the thing is, this man had been telling me this for like a month or longer. And so, just business. It doesn't surprise me that a man asking me to lie to others would also lie to my face. But still, it's not nice being treated like that. And, from that point on, I was like, you know what? I don't care what happens in the future. Whatever is asked of me by someone like that, I'm going to do my own thing. And if it gets me in trouble, so be it. And so, yeah, I kind of took that same mentality, because that was one of the first real jobs that I had, into my subsequent jobs where, like at the cafe, for example, people would ask for like, let's say a mocha. Is that the fucking guy that I thought I killed? People would ask for a mocha, like, which is meant to be a shot of like espresso with, like chocolate powder. So it's kind of like a mix of a hot chocolate and a coffee. The owners would be like, yeah, just put like 1 teaspoon of chocolate powder because it's cheaper that way, right? But when I'd been making them, I noticed that it tasted like ass. It's not enough chocolate powder. And so what I would do is like I'd put 2 or 3 tablespoons instead. And people kept coming back because they're like, fuck, you make the best like mocha drinks that I've ever had. And I'm like, it's a pleasure. And so when the owners or like whatever would come by, they'd see me making it and they'd be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm making a coffee. They'd be like, you're meant to only use 1 spoon. I'm like, bruh, have you tasted what it's like? I mean, you can get away with it, but the customers aren't stupid. They can tell if you're skimping on whatever it is because it's like 50 cents cheaper. And so I had people coming to my store specifically because of how I made their coffees. And so it was just like this thing where, I don't know, a lot of little things like that where the owners, because they only visited like once every few months, they didn't know what was actually happening on the floor. Like they didn't see the everyday stuff and like how people felt about certain things. They didn't know. They saw what looked good on paper. They saw that, oh yeah, using 1 tablespoon will save this much money in the long run. But they didn't realize that people were coming in because of like going that extra mile or actually kind of giving a singular fuck about the customer experience, And so it was all these little things, and a lot of the time I ended up just doing the thing anyway, and maybe just not telling anyone, or like pretending that I was doing it their way and then just doing it my own way. And so I've always had maybe a little bit of that defiant streak, which, I guess could be good or bad depending on how you see it. At like most, like, I was respectful, but like I could bend the rules a little bit sometimes. And I feel like it was for the better usually. I wouldn't do something out of sheer ego. Like, I wouldn't change something to be my way just because I thought it was better for no reason, you know? Um, like, this was after lots of feedback, essentially. I took what people said because I was working there sometimes 6 or even 7, no, mostly 6 days a week. And like every single day, fucking 7, 8 hour shifts. Like, I heard everything, like everything that you could possibly hear. When I made good coffee, bad coffee, when it was too hot, too cold, like fucking not enough ice, I heard everything. And I got good at making it how people wanted. I knew the regulars and their orders and stuff like that. And, like, with all of that information, I tried to synthesize it and, like, have it result in a better outcome. I heard it all, seriously. I had people writing their phone numbers on their cups and like handing it back to me. It was a very funny experience. And yeah, I found that to be true, that some of the bosses, like, not being there, not getting all that feedback, they don't see the full picture, but they're judging you for what they perceive to be the full picture. And so, yeah, when I used to make certain drinks, I would completely ignore like some of the original ways that I was taught to do it. I just did it myself. And towards the end of each shift, because it was a cafe, but it also was like kind of like a food store. Like, okay, it's hard to explain. We sold hot food as well. By the end of the day, a lot of the times the bosses would say, make sure you just throw out any of the leftover food, literally like into the trash, because, well, it's considered like wastage and will be calculated in the books and everything. But the thing is, like, we had a whole entire fucking factory out the back with 10 to 20 to 30 workers out there. And like, they were hungry, man. They were working all fucking day. Like, getting up at like 5, 6 a.m. and working for like, 8, 9 hours as well. And so I'd take all the food that was meant to be wastage, and sometimes I would just like hand it to them. Like, there was a lot sometimes, up to like $100 worth of food that would just be thrown away. And so, like, I wasn't meant to do that. Like, they specifically told me not to do that because, well, I heard many reasons. It's a liability. It messes with the calculations. Like, it will incentivize you to not sell things. And I was like, that's fucking bullshit, man. These people need to eat. And so, yeah, I did stuff like that. And weirdly enough, the owners actually said that I could take food home if I wanted to, but not to give it out to other people. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, you hear how that sounds ridiculous, right? And so, yeah, it was this thing where little things like that, I felt okay in bending the rules a little bit. And the people back there, they always look so fucking appreciative. And I tried to tell them, like, look, this is like, don't thank me. Like, this is literally the least I could do. I don't want you to feel indebted to me in any way, because this would literally just go into the trash otherwise. So, yeah, we had this kind of symbiotic relationship going on. Like, sometimes I'd give them, like, whatever food was left over. Sometimes they'd like help me out. Look at the count, like, man the counter for a bit while I needed to go to the back and like fucking, go to the bathroom, because I usually couldn't go if I was just on my own. But yeah, it was kind of a fucked up situation. Weird rules that seem arbitrary, but to, like, the people that own the place, they're just looking out for what could potentially go wrong. Like, someone eats the food, the leftovers, and gets sick and sues the company, yada yada. Yeah, liability, but not caring about employees. And those people worked their fucking asses off. Like, I'd never seen people work harder. And like, I even spent some time before I was at the front of house, as it's called. Spent some time working in the factory too. Um, that's what I originally was employed to do. But then they saw me, I suppose, and they heard me speak, and my English was quote unquote better than the people in the factory. And so they're like, actually, we need someone at front of house. Can you do that? And I was like, I guess so. And immediately I went from working my ass off in the factory, like dying of sweat and like fucking, basically turning myself into a cog in the machine, quite literally, and making way less money than standing around doing nothing at the front of house, getting flirted with by customers. And so, like, it seemed really unfair. I also got paid more being at the front of house, doing like a quarter of the work. And so, yeah, it's just this weird situation. I knew what it was like to be in the factory. It was like grueling, back-breaking shit. And so, yeah, I tried to look out for them when I could, and it was quite nice actually. I don't know. I didn't want them to see me differently, or like I was put on a higher level than them. So I tried to make sure that they knew that as much as possible. Like, we're on the same team essentially. Like, I'm not with the owners, I'm with you guys. Um, and so, yeah, I hope I got that across. Like, I did that effectively. But I did bump into some of those people like later on, like just out and about shopping, and they were really sweet and like they remembered me and everything. And I actually got invited to like one of their weddings. I couldn't go, but like it was nice. Like I feel like I made some friends, even though for the most part I was on my own, working at that little cafe. Um, but yeah, how did I make it here? It's a long story too. I stumbled into it is essentially the short version. Um, but yeah, it's like, I've always had those like jobs where I've been told to do one thing, but I've decided, well, I'm gonna do that thing a little bit differently. I'm still gonna do it, but I'm gonna try and do it in a way that feels like amenable to me, in a way that feels like it's not gonna, kind of wreck my soul essentially. Um, but yeah, it's crazy, and yeah, I imagine some of those people are still working there actually in the factory. It was fucking backbreaking work. Like seriously. There was this like whole scandal because there was a part like out in the factory where you had to kind of like smack um like the product out of the tins essentially, and people were using their hands and their wrists to do it um out of these like massive heavy stainless steel pans, right? And people were complaining because their hands were hurting, their wrists were hurting after banging on fucking steel all day, right? People were getting like arthritis and carpal tunnel. Um, and when the idea was brought up for like the business owners to like invest in some like rubber mallets or whatever to help like get the fucking product out of the tins, they responded with, "Oh, we can't do that because it's going to damage the tins." Who the fuck cares? Like that's fine by me. So, oh, I guess it's okay if people damage their wrists and break their bones and like fucking, like literally throw their entire bodies into like making you fucking money. And so it was like little things like that that kind of just I don't know, they got to me. They like picked at me. Um and yes, will somebody think of the tins? It was just so like I don't know. It was so petty. Um and it would have been such an easy fucking fix as well. I didn't actually, when I was working in the factory, I didn't actually do that job of like patting the fucking product out of them. But I had a friend who did, and he said, and he's like this big, strong guy. He said after like one of the first shifts he did that he was wrecked. Like his hands were hurting so bad and he was covered in bruises, you know? Um, like when I say tins, picture like a muffin tin that you'd put into the oven. Think about that, but like scaled up to like industrial size, and the steel was like really thick because it was going into these big industrial ovens. And so when the product would come out of the oven or like wherever it was coming out of the fridge or whatever, they'd turn them over and try to like get the things to drop out. Um, yeah, kind of like mega muffins. They were like all kinds of different products, but like, yeah, so they were trying to get them out, and holy shit, it was just like, it was crazy. Repetitive and tedious, absolutely. And so it's crazy. I felt bad. I felt worse about the fact that I was getting paid more to do fucking way less. And I got tips as well. Like when I was working there, we don't usually, like here in Australia, we don't have a tipping culture, which I'm thankful for. I don't believe in tipping culture. I think that employers should just pay a fair wage. Um, but the thing is, we had a little tip jar that was for people if they didn't want to really carry like a bunch of coins, like a bunch of change with them in their wallets or in their bags. And sometimes people liked the service so much, like with the coffees that I was talking about earlier, that they did end up tipping just because they wanted to. I think the largest tip I ever got was maybe $50. And I was like, is this real? Like, did you make a mistake here? Because I can like open up the tin and like give you this back. But no, they were just that, like they were just wanting to show their appreciation. And so I had this tip jar out, and so I got paid my regular fucking wage. I got paid sometimes when there was no customers. I was like playing on the stock market, and I'd make like nearly $1,000 just in like a single minute. And I'd also get tips. And so like I was like, what is happening right now? This doesn't feel that earned. And so yeah, I was like trying to figure out how to not feel terrible, especially because at that point in time, I was working alone. So we had two stores. Most of my colleagues were at the other store, which was a little bit bigger and a little bit closer to them. I drove like fucking 30, 40 minutes out of my way to work at this store that was a bit smaller. And so I didn't have to share the tips with anyone. And yeah, like at the end of the month or whatever, like I'd have quite a bit of extra pocket money just from that. And so it was like this really strange experience. And I don't know, I still kind of sometimes think about whether or not that was the right thing to do, whether or not I should have like shared it out with people, or, you know, if I should have just left it. But at the time I was like, it was too tempting, like it was too attractive. And, you know, I just felt like, well, what else am I going to do with this? You know, I guess I'll take it. But yeah, I was really in a very unique fucking position. It will never, ever happen again unless there's another pandemic, which I hope there's not. Like there will never be another, like, you know, coalescing of events to lead to something like that. Yeah, temptation is absolutely the word. Maybe I should buy a Merc, who knows? Oh god. My dad does not have his Mercedes anymore. He's been through a bunch of cars, various kinds. Like, you know, he's had the humble fucking, you know, Camry that we've all had. He's been through some luxury cars. Right now, he's settled on a nice medium, I think. He's got a car that looks like a luxury car and drives like a luxury car, but without the luxury price tag. And yeah, he used to be a mechanic, so it's like his whole thing. He loves cars in general. And honestly, I love his car too. It's a really sexy car. I got a new car recently, like November of last year, and fuck, it's fucking hot. I wish I could show you guys. I honestly wish I could show you guys. It's a beautiful fucking car, and literally got into a car accident a month into owning it, whereas previously the car I'd been driving before that, I'd never gotten into an accident for the fucking years and years. But anyway, that's always how it goes, right? Don't worry, I got the insurance money back. I'm still just working on like getting out that little bump. But anyway, yeah, fucking fantastic, right? And so yeah, it's like it's this whole thing. I tend to think of it now as my little dimple, you know, my car's dimple. But yeah, man, a Corvette Stingray, that sounds hot. I would really like to ride in a Cadillac. You know, the whole Elvis thing. But they're such beautiful cars, and a lot of American cars have such a beautiful, iconic silhouette. I think nowadays we tend to prioritize like safety, of course, and like what is it, minimizing air drag and stuff like that. But some of those fucking like vintage American cars are so beautiful. They've got this classic kind of look to them, and yeah, they just feel so Americana. It's like, yeah, very, very pretty, like pieces of art. Um, and of course, emissions as well. Yes, greenhouse gases, all that stuff. Can you tell us what my old car was? Is that a bit sus? It was a Toyota Camry, beautiful Toyota Camry. People say it's like driving a toy car because there's something about the way it handles that is like, I don't know, it's just really easy. um, Gorgeous, gorgeous car. We still have it. It's like a fucking workhorse because my mom used to own it. Then I used to use it when I was learning how to drive. Then my sister used it as she learned how to drive. Then my brother used it while he's learning to drive now. And so it's kind of like it's been passed down through each one of us and it's still fucking going. It's so impressive. And, they say that you fall in love with the first car that you learn to drive in. And I was like, yeah, right. That's no way that's going to happen to me. And the next minute, like, I didn't want to let it go because I was like, oh my God, I love it. I love everything about it. It's so, it's temperamental at times. It struggled going up hills, but it was mine. And like, I had so many good memories driving places, driving to friends' houses, driving to the beach, getting up to no good, that kind of thing. And so, yeah, it's like, it's a meme because it's so reliable, but it's like very true. My mom has had it, oh God, like 2009 or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful car. And the paint is all coming off and everything like that. But like yeah, it's got good guts essentially. Yeah, it's freedom. That's exactly right. But yeah, I also did name my car. I guess I can tell you now because it doesn't really matter. Um, it was a blue car and we called him Denim because obviously Toyota is like Japanese and there's a song called Japanese Denim by Daniel Caesar. The car's blue, like blue jeans. So yeah, Denim. Cute little car. My blue jeans. That one will last me all my life. Um, but yeah, it definitely has some character now, that's for sure. My dad even once tried to like spray paint over it because the paint was like really fucking bad. But he did a personally good job. Like I thought it was really good, but he always talks about it like, oh, I did such a bad job. It's already like peeling off again. And so yeah, like I think he could probably do it again if he wanted to. And so yeah, I'm grateful. I'm very, very grateful that I have this new car of mine. It's fucking sexy. It's new, literally brand new. And I was not expecting it. But the thing is, like, yeah, like I said, my brother needed a car to practice with. And so my parents were like, look, we're going to help you out if you want in on this. We'll help you get a new car. We'll go like 50-50. And we'll take back the old one, essentially. So that's how I was fortunate enough to get this car. Because, yeah, I want everyone to know that, like, this wasn't just from my own fucking, pure Twitch money, essentially. No, by no means. A lot of savings, and my parents also helping out a lot. So I recognize how privileged I am to be able to say that. And, once I get a different car, sometime in the future, I'll tell you what this one is currently. But yeah, it's fucking beautiful. Yeah, the stock market play money, though, trust me, I have been stuck holding some bags from back then when I was working at the cafe. I've been stuck holding bags since like 2019 or whatever. So, it's not a loss unless you cash out, guys. But, it's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I've had some interesting experiences. It's hard for me, like, when I start working, it's hard for me not to, like, fucking fall in love with my coworkers, so I have to behave myself. Because it just gets in the way. But when I was working at the cafe, like I said, I was alone. Well, I talked to you guys about the guy from QA. I was able to just, like, behave myself by circumstance, I suppose. But yeah, it's funny. Now, I don't really have a proper job. I guess you might consider Twitch to be my job. And of course, I'm in love with you guys. So the problem continues. But yeah, all in all, not a bad trajectory, not a bad place to be. And yeah, you guys are the problem now. That's right. I do feel a moral duty to make sure that I'm good to you guys, that I don't overstep, that I'm transparent where I can be. Uh, it's like it's something that not everyone necessarily cares about or thinks is that important, but to me it is. Um, and yeah, sus good right problem. Yeah, that's right. Uh, this is a proper job for this generation. Thank you, Cody. That's a very affirming thing to say. I think my parents just kind of get it. My my grandma certainly doesn't. My living grandma, but she's supportive because she loves being in front of a camera. And my friends, my IRL friends, I think they're cool with it. Um, but yeah, it's like it's pretty freaking crazy if you think about it. Holy shit. Um, Thank you for your honesty. Thank you. I mean, it's honestly the lazy way. It's too difficult to think of all this friggin' like to contrive things and like to lie and do all this shit when you could just say the thing that's actually true and happening or has happened. And so, yeah, it's like really the easy way out. So, um, but yeah. Um, does that make sense? Have you just been talking to a blank screen with chatters behind it for all this time? I'd feel like I'm going crazy. There is a little bit of that feeling like, holy shit, is this real or is this like just a total hallucination? Because, like, I don't know. I don't know if the human brain has evolved enough to comprehend this kind of thing, the World Wide Web type beat. Um, but it's certainly fun and maybe like a bit of it's one of my vices, I would say. Social media, like Twitter especially. Like I feel like my life would maybe be better if I wasn't so like, I don't know, on my phone. Um but yeah. I have my vices. My sweet tooth and that. Um I don't drink, I don't smoke, but yeah, I do stay up way too late and yeah, probably to my own detriment. Um, on your phone with yourself type beat, AI Emmy. I wanted to talk about this. I'm kind of frightened for what's to come with AI. Guys, there's some big things happening right now in the AI world, and I think it's gonna fucking take us by storm when we hit, which I think is inevitable when we hit AGI, which is like artificial general intelligence. Like when AI can actually think and grow and learn by itself, we might just be fucked. Um, I don't mean to be too alarmist, but if you guys have been following the like AI world, what they've been doing is fucking crazy. And there's these like new AIs being released, like new versions. There's the Twitter AI, and then ChatGPT, which got a recent update. I haven't tried that yet. But like it's scary, and I know that it's very divisive right now. People say if you use AI, you're a fucking horrible person, etc., etc. My opinion is a lot more moderate than I was expecting. But it's like I'm really curious to see where it goes. And, maybe we'll be fucking deferring to our AI overlords sooner rather than later, but we'll see, we'll see. Um, it's crazy. I'm scared. I'm very scared. I'll protect you guys if I can. It's fucking insane. If you guys knew the extent, like even just looking on Twitter about what people have been saying or the research that people have been doing, it seems like not a matter of if we're going to reach AGI, but when. And to me, that's like a fucking sci-fi concept come to life. And so it's like we'll see how we go. Um, if you've used Grok, which by the way, I fucking hate that name. Grok? Ew, like it just sounds like gross. Anyway, um, if you've used it, you'll know what I mean. It's so fucking clever. Grok. It's the Twitter AI. Um, it's so robust. Um, it's like it blew my mind. It's way fucking better than ChatGPT. And you know, ChatGPT is very heavily censored. It's like one of the more moderate slash polite robots out there. But with Grok, like holy shit, it will fucking make pornography for you if you ask it to. And obviously people see the appeal in that, a very like a less censored version. And so it's like it's insane what people are doing with it. There's even a voice mode, and there's a fucking sexy mode. Yeah, sus type beat. Trust me, guys. Like I've been looking into this stuff. I have the app, and there's like different like modes that you can choose from. Like there's like not a therapist, not a doctor, like a storyteller. There's like sexy mode, and yeah, it's scary. Um, if you guys are curious, I mean, it's interesting to see to see how it works and stuff like that. Yeah, hands-on research, you may say. Um, yeah, it's quite fascinating, and I don't know how long it's going to remain like free for because it's like in beta or whatever like that. Let's try it. Honestly, I'd be interested in trying it on stream if it didn't get me fucking like in trouble. Um, but it's very advanced. And think about it, if it's this advanced, like from the general public's point of view, imagine what's like going on behind the scenes. Like how far advanced like it is in terms of like government application, etc., etc. Again, not to be too alarmist, but that's just what it makes me think of because usually we're the last to know, essentially. And if this is what we're the last to know about, then I'm fucking, you know, I'm impressed and scared in equal measure. Um, but yeah, for now, people just seem to be using it to fucking goon. So like, we're kind of okay. No one's decided, oh, how do I make a bomb? You know, like, it's funny. We're like limited by our own fucking hubris, I think. Yeah, it's crazy work, right? But you know, it's interesting stuff, and I'm not the most knowledgeable about the ins and outs of it and the exact like science of it, but that's yeah, from what I've read, very interesting. Uh, so I guess we'll see, guys. I guess we'll see. But on that note, I've been talking your guys' ear off. Maybe it's time to raid out. Um, yeah, what can I say? Uh, did my opinion change over time? I think so. Yes. It's interesting because I've always considered myself to be a very progressive person, which probably doesn't surprise anyone, right? But from what I've read and from the opinions from my peers that I've read, my opinion on AI seems to be quite different to theirs. Like, you know, people saying you should never use AI under any circumstances, right? It makes you a terrible person. It's bad for the environment. Think for yourself, you sheeple. And it's like, my opinion has got a softer edge than that. I see the legitimate value in AI, and I see it as more like a tool that can be utilized for good or for bad, essentially. And yeah, I feel like using it doesn't make you a horrible person. It's how you use it. Like if you use it in a way and like in a deceptive way, like, you know, you pass it off as your own or something like that, you know what I mean? Then that's maybe going to be an issue. But if you're transparent and like, you know, you use it in harmless ways, and I don't really see how that's necessarily so bad. Yeah, it can make interesting things. It can make connections between things. One time I actually used it, and this might be like this might come back to haunt me later. Who knows? Someone might be like, "You fucking idiot! Why would you do that?" But I actually had this my like raw data from Ancestry DNA, and like I uploaded it to ChatGPT, um, and I was like, "Tell me what's interesting about my genetics here. Like, what do I need to look out for?" And it actually gave me some interesting insights. It was like, "Oh, according to your genetics here, you might be more prone to da 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 da." And I was like, "Huh, okay." And I've like sent it some of my drafts and be like, what do you think of this? Like, what is this trying to say? Um, and if it spat back out what I was intending it to spit back out, then that's a sign that I'm writing clearly and concisely. Or if it couldn't quite grasp the meaning of the story, then I'm like, okay, I need to tidy this up or clear it up a little bit or make it less implicatory and more explicit. And so, like, there are legitimate uses for this stuff. But yeah, it's like that kind of thing where um, I I feel like we're literally so early. Like we're very, very early. I think this is the earliest I've been to like one of these big, like kind of cultural shifts, and it's going to become an increasing, like it's going to creep into our lives with increasing, like fervor and stuff like that. But maybe kind of like slowly, then all at once. Um, I do agree that there is something when it comes to art that I think humans will always necessarily be a step ahead. And I've said this before because I think since AI can only like replicate and like since we don't have AGI yet, it can only ever be derivative, right? I think a truly novel insight can only come from a human. But when something comes so fucking close, it gets pretty scary. And like it's kind of like, you know, that idea of having perfect pitch. Some people are trained from birth to have perfect pitch. So whenever they hear something like a doorbell chime, they can tell what note it is. Um, if you don't grow up with like being trained that way, you can never get perfect pitch. But as a very as a very well trained musician, you can have what's called relative pitch, where you can like memorize in your head what a C note, for example, sounds like, and then judge based on whatever note you heard if it's like higher or lower, and then decide that way. So it's kind of like AI has relative pitch and humans have perfect pitch. And the thing is about that is at a certain point, it's indistinguishable, right? And so then it becomes like a game of semantics, and so on and so forth. It's a very complicated discussion, but yeah, it's fascinating, and Grok is weird. I don't know if it's going to be like free forever. They're probably going to introduce a paid version very soon, but it came out in like a beta version recently, like a week or two ago, and I've been having fun just playing with it. So yeah, it's like it's interesting. Like it will really go far, and especially if it says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't write that." If you kind of poke and prod at it a little bit, um, it'll then just fucking do it. It'll be like, "Oh, okay. Oh, if it's just for a hypothetically speaking, then here," and it'll just like write it for you. It's very interesting, and so yeah, um, I'm almost certain it will be behind a paywall very very soon. Um, right now it seems to be like they're just collecting data and like seeing how people use it and taking that and like running with it. But it's been interesting so far, and I don't know. There have been moments where I've been actually shocked by what I've read in a good way. Like, damn, I was unfamiliar with your game type beat. But you know, who knows? Maybe we'll like look at it in more detail at some other stream. Um, it's yeah, a weird topic. It is shocking. It's very shocking. And mark my words, in like 5 years, this landscape is going to look totally different. Um, yeah, who knows? Actually, the paywall. I mean, Grok 2 or whatever. Like the previous versions were like intertwined with like Twitter Premium or whatever. But yeah, no one's gonna fucking buy Twitter Premium anyway. It's like a whole thing. We'll see what Elon decides to do. You know, however you feel about Elon, like this has been really uh, interesting to see. And so, yeah, Twitter Premium. Uh, yeah, so the shocking stuff, in terms of shockingness, like how well written it is, like how clever it's been. And in terms of like when I've gotten it to analyze my own work, how it's picked out really, really specific things that I thought were quite well hidden or like hard to pick out from an AI's point of view. But it noticed little things like, oh, you wrote this word here, which was like maybe you were meaning this, and it was like, oh, yeah, it was actually. Um, could it pass as someone else's work? Um, hmm. Like, could it pass as humanly written? At currently, I think yes. I could like read to you guys a story next stream, and you could see for yourselves. You know, I could ask it, "Hey, write a story about Matthew McConaughey falling desperately in love with me," and you guys can decide, you know, for yourselves if it sounds like I wrote it or if AI wrote it, essentially. And so yeah, it's like a very robust kind of program in its infancy right now. So I guess we'll see how it goes. Um, but yeah, no matter how you feel about Elon, like I said, I'm not really his biggest fan. My thoughts on the AI are very independent of my thoughts on him, and yeah, I do wonder what's in store for us. Like, it's gonna be very, very big. This whole thing. Like people have been using it for basic stuff, but just wait, it's gonna be everywhere. Um, it's gonna be fucking everywhere. And so, yeah, hmm, we'll see. Anyway, before I get way too distracted, let's see who's streaming right now. We can say hello. Um, thank you guys for joining me today. Listening to me ramble about sexy, sweaty men dancing. Who have we got here? Oh, we've got Cal, beautiful Cal, that I actually wrote a poem about a while back. So let's say hi. It's been a while. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Yeah, glad you missed the sweaty part. Trust me, it's yeah, it's a whole thing. Remember, guys, to take care of yourselves. Hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses. I'll see you the day after tomorrow, and yeah, just behave, or at the very least, don't get caught, and enjoy this funky music that's about to come up. Once we raid into Cal, send him lots of love, and don't expose me, because like he's cute, and I want to be cool. Anyway, I'll see you soon. Yes, be safe, and please take care and enjoy your weekends, essentially. So, mwah, see you very, very soon.